YouTube has changed the interface. We'll talk about it when. Okay, YouTube has changed the interface. We were live for a couple minutes, and we got a practice run by accident. So that was good. The interface now has a button I didn't have last time I did this, and it says go live. Last time it just went live when I hit stream. So, okay, let us know if you can see and hear everything okay this time. Last time I asked that question, there was a lot of chat, and I was like, okay, cool, they can see it. But you couldn't. So we're going to be overclocking the 7995WX. Before getting too far into this time, I'm going to make sure. All right, it looks like it is in fact live. Yep. Cool, well, that was a good warm-up run. So I'm joined by Bill and Amit, and we're going to be overclocking the 96-core 7995WX, right? And in addition to that, we have a really cool piece of hardware. We'll get into some more detail on this in a second. So this is a chemically polished on top, and then kind of more, call it normal on the bottom. So we'll talk about what these are and why this top one in particular is really cool in a minute, and Amit can walk us through that. So last time you all saw this team was probably in our AMD lab tour. And to get everyone some background, Bill and Amit don't just do overclocking stuff. So what's kind of your day job, I guess, at AMD?
Yeah, so I'm an AMD fellow, and I'm in the core design organization, and primarily responsible for post-silicon and customer engagement. So.
And Bill, how about you?
Day job is I/O performance optimization, so making sure that your system feels snappy when you double click on something and you want an application to load, basically. The day job.
And actually Bill's corner of the lab was one of the ones we spent the most time in when we did that tour.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cool tools there. So, okay, it does look like it's in fact working. Everyone's joining, so thanks for checking it out. We will be checking on audio, so if you see levels differences you want us to adjust, let me know in chat. But otherwise, I think everything looks pretty good on this end to start off with. So, all right, we've got two systems here. The plan for today, in addition to some discussion about Threadripper in general and some interesting engineering concepts, we might cover some of the power consumption per core you and I were talking about, and a couple of other sort of technical details in between the overclocking. But we're also going to be doing overclocking. And I think, are you mostly planning to use Cinebench? Is that the plan?
Yeah, we've got it. And if some BIOS options will agree with us, then we might try some other stuff too.
Okay. And I've got Blender on there too, just for something fun, because the fastest result on our Blender benchmark now is the 2.2 minute result for the 64 core.
Okay, and that was with PBO and Expo? Or
that was with Expo and 350 watt
Okay.
PBT.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun to test out. Okay. People are saying
audio is good.
Overall, saying audio is good. Yeah. So just so you all are aware, there's going to be a little bit of fan noise today, and that's just the nature of overclocking. So, all right. Where do we want to start with the? Do you want to start with the water system, or
did you want to walk through that?
You want to go through the chip? And Bill, while Bill sets up the LN2 system.
Yeah, it's not cooperating today, so we pulled a risky maneuver and tried a new BIOS that's supposed to have some stuff fixed for extreme overclocking, but so far...
Well, we've got multiple machines here, so we're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah. In the meantime, while you're working on that, let's talk about why this is cool.
Okay. So, as you said before, this is a Storm Peak.
See, this is the benefit of me not remembering there's a go live button. we got some practice on the positioning. Yeah. So Storm Peak.
Storm Peak is the code name for the new Threadripper part. This is the 96 core. It's a WX part, but it's also overclockable, which is new in this generation. And the way it's configured, in each quadrant, we have 3 CCDs. Each CCD has 8 cores, so that's how you get the 96 cores. IOD's in the middle, and that does all the memory and the I/O and all that. So now, if I hold it on edge, it might be a little difficult to see, but the ones on this side are significantly thicker than the ones next to it. And what we did is in our lab in Singapore, we actually do something called chemical polishing. So we actually shave away the back of the silicon from the top all the way down to where you can actually see the active area. You can see kind of the metal, some of the transistor areas, and kind of high level what's going on in the chip.
And so some of you have probably seen online before various like die shots, silicon shots from, architecture is dating back decades at this point. But if you've ever seen, actually even the block diagrams, the ones that are kind of mostly physically accurate, those are a good representation of what if you had one of these under a microscope or something, you'd be able to see the individual components that comprise the CPU, which is really cool.
Yeah, no, it was cool. So I was showing this to our team in Fort Collins, and they're responsible for that CCD design, and they looked at it first and they're like, it looks weird, and it's because we're looking from the back down.
Oh, right.
They always look at it from the other way.
So walk me through that.
Yeah.
So talking about how the silicon's actually oriented on the substrate.
Yeah, so we do something called flip chip. So there's C4 solder bumps, which are on the top of the top of the design, right? And then it gets mounted onto the package that way, and kind of the back is the bulk silicon. Right. And so, yeah, we're for us to look at it normally, we'd have to kind of look at it from this side as opposed to from the back.
Yeah.
But once you orient yourself, you're like, oh yeah, that's where this is. That's where this is.
Yeah, it's I don't know how much precision we can get, but I'm looking for a tool for you to point with.
One of those little screwdrivers, I think.
Okay, let's do that.
See,
Can you yeah, let's see approximately where you worked on the silicon.
Yeah,
because you were able. I mean, you know where it is.
Yes,
it is very small. But
okay, so this is the CCD here. There's 3 of them. So there's a little gap line where you can see the different chiplets. So the way the chip's oriented, the floating points are kind of on the 2 sides for the 8 cores. Next to the floating point is the rest of the core. Then we have the L2 cache, and then the L3 cache is in the middle. So on the bottom is the GMI stripe, which is our I/O interface that connects each chiplet to the I/O die. So that's kind of the basic config, and it's kind of common across our desktop and server products. So the part I worked on, it was between the L2 and the L3 interface. So all the data that comes into the chip goes through that interface.
I don't know
if
you know this off the top of your head, but just for perspective, in terms of like physical area, any idea what size that area is that you worked on?
That block, it's actually an extreme aspect ratio. It's very narrow, but it spans the whole height of the core. So because it's a lot of wires to get across. So
yeah, that's cool. And then for a non-polished one, I mean, these, you've probably seen stuff like this before, maybe not with this many CCDs on it, but I've got a focus, there we go. I've got a 7950X, I think this is on the bottom. So that's kind of...
Yeah, and it's similar. It's got the 2 CCDs, and then the same kind of GMI interface that connects it to the I/O die, but only on one side here. So the server I/O dies, think of it as kind of 4 of these with multiple CCDs in each quadrant.
As part of when you're doing like core design work, as part of your job, are you able to just design a one-size-fits-all? Or I mean, when you start transplanting that over to, say, a lower-end product, like a desktop part, do you have to do something?
So we try, it's AMD, we try and make everything work. So like these chiplets are identical, right, for the CCD. The IOD, like I said, it's kind of modular. It is separate silicon, but the pieces in there are all the same. We have this concept of IP reutilization. IP is intellectual property, right? And so something like a memory controller, something like a PCI device.
You can transplant it.
We just reuse them.
That makes sense, yeah. I saw one comment come through that said, Bill and Amit have to have some of the coolest jobs. Okay, do we want to, Bill, do you want to try and...
Should we try the water-cooled system?
Boot up the water-cooled system?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
So we can change the input over there.
Yes, as long as I don't hit all the buttons at once.
Yeah, and then we've got keyboard mouse here. Why can't I fast forward this video? Well, you see, the thing about live streams is they're live. Although, actually, someone's going to watch this. We have this happen regularly. I never know if people are trolling me or if they genuinely are mean it. But at the beginning, I always ask, like, hey, chat, let me know if you can see and hear everything okay. After we're live, and like a week later, I'll see a comment posted below the video. It's like, yes, I can hear everything great. So I always feel bad because they're probably like, why aren't they replying? You want me to pull the display on Bill's?
No, it's okay. I
Okay.
just got to hit the right button.
Do some stable diffusion on it, someone says. I haven't actually done any stable diffusion or like machine learning type benchmarks. Have you guys done anything with that yet, testing? Like on your team specifically, I mean, for XOC or anything?
Stable?
Yeah, stable diffusion or like machine learning benchmarks.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm sure AMD is
AMD
doing
has,
it. Just, yeah.
No, I remember when we were at Tech Day, we got
Yeah.
we got a lot of questions on that.
Right.
And they want us to break some world records with what's it called? What's the Meta AI?
I don't know what
Yeah.
which one theirs is. Let's pull the.
Okay. No, it's
is
HDMI 1 or 2. You know.
It is 2.
2. Okay. So I think it's got yeah.
So then just wake. Yeah, I think it just needs to be woken up. That looks.
It's doing something.
System wake. I'm gonna pull this up, HDMI 1. It does look like it's.
It's posting.
Yeah, it's posting. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right.
Yeah, it should come up.
Power on, self-test. Just have a backplate.
Yeah. Yeah, this is we have 2 boards here. This is the Asus board made for, it's a TRX 50 Sage.
Yeah, this is what we used in the review for the 64 core and the 32 core.
Yeah. And then this is the ASRock.
Yeah, Bill's actually stripped all of the VRM heatsink and everything as well.
Yeah. Yeah, normally have all the heat sinks and look more fit and complete like the Asus version there.
But gets in the way of all the...
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess
fun.
a couple things, right? Like, a lot of VRMs are crazy overbuilt these days. I mean, on these CPUs, you start to need it more, but a lot of them are crazy overbuilt, especially in mainstream desktop. And then the other thing too is if you're doing liquid nitrogen overclocking, that area of the board's like super cold anyway. So we do get a lot of comments on that. Like what I've done LN2 streams in the past, people ask about why there's no VRM heatsink, and that's normally why. All right, so while these guys get stuff up and running, I'll do a quick explainer. We haven't done an LN2 stream in a while, so what we're going to be using we have one system on water, and then the other one's going to be using liquid nitrogen, which I just poured a little bit of. And I don't know how many people here have, feel free to let me know in the chat, have gotten the explanation, the demo before, but so liquid nitrogen is minus 196 degrees Celsius, I think it is. And we always get questions about safety, why aren't you wearing gloves, things like that. And I just removed, this is relevant, so I just removed the hair tie from my wrist, and that's because the thing that makes it particularly unsafe is if you let it soak. So like the hair tie, that would have caught some beads of liquid nitrogen, ask me how I know, and it will soak and it will burn. But because the Leidenfrost effect, it'll roll off as long as it doesn't have somewhere to soak, as long as you don't like cup your hand or something. Anything that allows it to sit, it will cause a burn. But for the way we work with these things, typically, in my experience, it's actually been a lot easier to handle without gloves. I find it's a little easier to kind of move around without spilling it, things like that. And frankly, if you're careful, for us, it hasn't been a problem. But if you did want to go ultra uber safe, there are gloves like these. Now I do use these, it's just not for pouring into a liquid nitrogen pot. So to go over some of the base components, while Bill's he's got the system built, but I have a few loose components I can get out to show you all. Where's my KP? There it is. All right, this is pretty nice. So here is this stable? Can I put this here?
Yeah.
Here's a liquid nitrogen pot, for those of you who aren't familiar with it. And this is just for pouring liquid nitrogen into. And so it sits on top of the CPU. You normally put some clamping force on it. It doesn't need a whole lot, though. And if we look down in here, let's see if we can get a decent shot of that. That's pretty good. So if you look in there, you see a bunch of kind of drilled out holes. That gives us surface area. And I think Kingpin calls this one that's either the Icon or the T-Rex. I don't know. That might be the T-Rex, I guess, considering it has one on the front of it.
So that's probably a good clue. Yeah.
So basically that goes on top of the CPU, and liquid nitrogen is the only thing really keeping it cool. Now these gloves, when I use these, it is specifically for, let me get past you guys for a second, and Vitali's going to have to, he'll do his best to, we don't normally plan on me wandering all the way offset over here, so we'll do our best. But I moved this table over to get the doer. So this is a doer. Should I turn this off? Is that too harsh? No, that's pretty nice. All right, he says, no, that's pretty nice.
So it's some mood lighting, man.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, it's daylight. So the doer is used to act as kind of an in-between, like almost like a swap space if you're a Linux user or something, for liquid nitrogen. So we transfer via a transfer hose, which is this thing, out of the liquid nitrogen tank, which is behind me. So that's a 180-liter tank behind me, into the doer, and then I can pour from the doer into the thermoses. The reason I say I can pour into the thermoses is because that is the job I'm most qualified for while these guys are here. So that will be the extent of most of my contributions, but I'm going to fill some extra liquid nitrogen in here. Oh, back to the gloves. So the place I use these gloves, come out here so I can.
You see this posted?
So normally the transfer hose, it can get, it depends on the pressure of the tank and how much you open up the valve, but you can get a little bit of a kick from it when first opening up the valve. And so normally I'll hold on to the transfer hose, especially when turning it off, because it's frozen at that point. So this does protect me from grabbing what is cold enough to burn me, because that's how that works. But use this at the back half of the process normally to hold the transfer hose, and then I'll turn the valve with the other one. So that's where I do use the gloves. Now, for those of you who have seen our streams with Joe Stepanzi, aka Bearded Hardware, he may even be in the chat, I don't know. He normally uses one layer of paper towel to separate his hand from the like minus 100 plus or 100 minus degrees Celsius frozen hose. But that is because he is a monster, and he's a very tough guy, and I would not want to mess with him. He also broke Gigabyte's glass door.
How did he do that, Steve?
Well, Bill, I'm glad you asked. Earlier I was talking about how the transfer hose can jump sometimes and bounce out if it's got enough pressure behind it. And this was one of the first things Joe taught me when I started doing XOC, was hold on to it when opening the valve, because he didn't, and he said it started spraying, and the big metal transfer hose smashed into the Gigabyte glass door. I got to get him back up here for a Threadripper stream or something too. So right now I'm just prepping this. We're getting some more liquid nitrogen into the doer. Oh, how about this, Vitalii? Did it come on?
Yes, but I cannot see it.
Damn. I turned a light on.
Oh, the blue one back there?
Yeah.
Visible.
Transfer a little bit more LN2 in there. And this one we've got one full thermos over here. How you feeling with the setup?
It turned on the screen, which is better than it was a minute
That's
ago.
good. Walk us through this, because this is an actual reality of XOC, and I think it's worth walking through. Where sometimes setup, it's very specific in how it needs to be set up. So
Yeah.
so what types of challenges do you run into with setup?
So, the BIOS for this board is pretty much totally ready for prime time for a daily user using an air or water cooler and stuff like that. But it's really whenever you start doing liquid nitrogen that you can find weird things, that wouldn't impact a normal user. And so that's kind of what we're dealing with. I found one setting that's not working, and I've been working with ASRock to get a BIOS that resolves those things. And so we're almost there. Is posting right now, training memory for the first reboot.
Posting's good.
Yeah. This one's also still posting. So.
Oh, is it posting?
So this one.
You have numlock now.
The hardware HPET option in the BIOS wasn't working, so.
So what's hardware HPET?
It's the high precision event timer.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, which
Which was
Benchmate
it was
uses.
high precision like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's used as a check on the clock. It's to make sure people aren't gaming the score. By
Okay, right. So that's what you were saying. It's Benchmate, right? That most
Benchmate
people
relies
use
on
these
it.
days.
Yeah.
So gaming the score, talking about just tricking it into a higher number.
Right.
Yeah, because-
like you're really running at 2 gigahertz, but you're telling it you're running at 1 gigahertz. So
Okay.
your score looks double
I
than
see.
it really is.
Right.
So.
That makes sense. Same score, but you reduce something like the
Well, so
perceived frequency, I guess.
some benchmarks rely on the wall clock or the real-time clock to derive a score.
Yeah.
And so one thing you can actually do is reduce the B clock or the ref clock while the system's live. And it'll actually slow down performance, but it skews the clock so that the clock is running slower. So you're doing more work in what it perceives to be, 1 second. So.
I think I must have missed the first part of this conversation I've seen in chat, but I see the back half of it, which my name is Bucket commented and said nitrogen's expiration date is 1.5 billion AD. So I'm assuming someone asked how long it lasts in the tank. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, it doesn't last quite that long.
It does not.
No.
So yeah, the nitrogen will escape slowly from the tank, where you buy it from various gas suppliers, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, nice! I'm seeing
So excited to see a
Well,
splash screen.
Yeah, it's
I
getting
don't know
there.
why it's locked up, but
So yeah, nitrogen typically, in my experience, it actually lasts in the dewar for us normally longer than in the tank from the supplier. Just
Really?
the tanks are really beat up. I mean, they go to, so these types of tanks, I'm sure there's plenty of people in trade industry, but they'll go to welding places, they'll go to like biomedical, there's like a special liquid nitrogen for that, and so they get hauled all over the place. But we normally get from full to empty, it's like 60 days out of the dewar.
well, that's
That's
pretty good,
that's really
actually.
good.
Yeah. So for us, some of our equipment uses 22 psi tank, so the tank is charged up to 22 psi. It's got a valve that releases excess pressure, and so that's how it's boiling all the time, basically. And that valve is letting out the gas. But in my lab, we don't have any special equipment, so I just use a 50-pound tank, and it tends to last an extra 2 or 3 weeks before it completely boils off.
I think we have a topic request.
yes, we do.
It is actually a pretty good one. Vitalii, where can we best position this?
I think that's a good position.
Okay. So I think this is going to be a good opportunity for some engineering discussion from someone who actually worked on the engineering. I did my best in the review, and I think we had a pretty good explanation for power efficiency and for thermal. So one of the things I was kind of hand drawing on the board in the review was talking about the power per core.
Right.
And specifically what was interesting was the 64 core. 32 was pretty good for efficiency, but 64 core was crazy for efficiency. And I think face value is like, it's the same TDP ultimately, but face value, more cores, it runs the thing faster, and the TDP is the same, but the efficiency was much better. So can you walk me through some of the...
Why is that?
Yeah, why?
Right. Yeah, so, okay, so let's start here. We had the 32 core, right, and the 64 core.
Yeah.
And they both, one thing that's interesting is they both have 350 watts of what we call TDP, or power available for the socket. Now, what determines the performance of the core, it kind of gets what's left after you do everything else. You know, basically all the IOD and all the infrastructure stuff kind of takes the budget first.
Right.
And in these cases, right, they're actually pretty similar. So there's going to be some subtractor, right? You know, let's call it. You know, I'm just kind of ballparking. Let's call it 100 watts here, maybe 80 watts here, something like that, right?
Sure.
So that leaves power for the cores. Now, when you do the math, I think you basically end up with almost double the power per core on the 32 core than you do versus the 64 core. And so what that determines then is we get something called a VF curve, right? So make sure I get this right.
I don't want to do voltage on the left axis.
Okay.
And then
Frequency here.
Yeah.
So if I do that, basically what
Is
you
this
see.
kind of like asymptote
Yeah,
at some point?
it kind of does this thing, right?
Yeah.
Where in this part of the curve, a little bit of voltage gives you a lot of frequency,
Right.
right? And then it kind of flattens out, and then over in this part, you can add a lot of voltage and not get much more frequency. And so what we see like with client parts, so you know this might be kind of the greater than 5 gig range, right?
Okay. So we're in kind of desktop, mainstream desktop.
Yep, up here.
Okay.
And so we really have. The door's full.
Well, that's how you know.
You know the best part? I heard it starting to fill probably about a minute ago. I'm going to be honest. I thought that'll be fun video,
It's on purpose.
and it was. All right. So, although to be fair, a couple minutes ago when I thought of that, we weren't having a whiteboard discussion. So.
That was a while ago.
All right.
All right.
So mainstream desktop type stuff up here.
Yeah, and this is where you see, like, when we're really pushing this part of the curve,
Yeah.
right, the efficiency goes down, but you need to do that to get the maximum perf. So then what we're talking about here is operating more in this part of the curve, right? And what's happening is the 64 core will be more in what we call, you know, kind of the sweet spot of the curve, right, where you're really getting a lot of frequency for the voltage you're applying, and in the 32 core might be up here somewhere.
So let me ask this: what?
Yeah.
It seems to me that the 64 core, if you wanted it to, could maybe be adjusted higher up the curve, like into a higher frequency potentially.
Yeah, you can move up the curve, but you have to get more power.
Right.
Right.
So basically, you end up bumping the TDP.
Yeah.
Are the server parts higher power than the?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the server, and again, because of this reason, we have something called configurable TDP. But the Genoa parts, which are the, you know, the 4th gen server parts, they can go up to 400 watts. But you know, depending on who's using them, we have some customers at 370, some at 350, some are at the full 400.
So let's talk about maybe like PBO in relation to this.
Yeah.
So how does that come into play here? I mean, if you've got boosting room, right?
Yeah. So with PBO, let's talk about a couple things. So a secondary effect, what we don't have marked on here is temperature, right? So the other thing that's going to happen is when you're down this lower voltage, your temperature will actually be lower as well,
right.
which reduces something called leakage. So what we have with our transistors, as they get hotter, they leak, and the leakage is kind of like wasted current.
And normally, when I see that depicted, you'll get something like this. Although these types of graphs get difficult to follow, but you can do a multi-axis.
Yeah.
So I haven't run PBO with the new Threadripper parts yet. We focused on stock for the reviews.
Yeah. So what we saw, we were in Taiwan for overclocking sessions. When we go uncapped with PBO, we see the perf, relatively go from 1 to like 1.5x, right? Which is crazy. Just by turning on PBO, you get 50% more performance. But what we saw the power, it went from 350 watts. I think, what was it? Almost 1,000 with PBO? Do you remember?
Yeah, if you've got enough cooling, sure.
Yeah. So you're getting 50% more performance, but you're taking triple the power.
Tripling the power, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And so it depends on your use case. And,
So hence the efficiency part of this.
Yeah. So these parts by default are more in this efficient part of the curve.
Right. What about when manually overclocked scenarios? What type of at stability, not just like CPZ validation or something, but maybe Cinebench stability? What's kind of the maximum power you're seeing? I don't know, say water versus LN2 or something versus stock.
So that's a function of what frequency you're getting to.
Yeah. Right.
And so that, we talked about the power is quadratic with voltage, right? So with LN2, when we really push it, let's say we get 5.5, 6 gig, we're seeing 1,800 watts, something like that.
Enough to blow a break.
For LN2.
On LN2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 1,800. So
And that was from the wall. Yeah. I posted some scores on HWBot where we did kind of air cooling with an ice giant, and we did water cooling with a heat killer 4, and just a standard radiator and pump and stuff. And with that setup, it can sustain roughly 800 watts, 24/7.
Because the way we drew the line.
And keep the processor at the right temperature.
Oh, okay.
Although it could work that way too.
Yeah.
Which is how I normally do it, but we drew the
Fine.
we drew the curve in the inverted way.
That's normally how I do it.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a good question here. So I think maybe because this is discussion, this came up. The question was simply, is this theoretical? And so, I mean, the answer is no, it's practical.
Yeah, it's really, so power equals voltage times current, right? So, and current equals CVF, which is capacitance you're moving times your voltage times your frequency. That's where the voltage squared comes from. So we end up with CV squared F, right? And that's where, if you're getting a linear increase in frequency with voltage, you're paying for it quadratically in power.
Okay.
And so it depends what you care more about. If you care about the frequency, then you do it, right? You're like, I'm going to burn the power, and
if you're competitive overclocking or something.
No, even if let's say you're working, right, and your processing time tells you how fast you can get a movie out or whatever, right? The trade-off might be, go ahead and just do it, right?
Right.
Now, if you can parallelize it and get more machines and run them in the efficient zone, then that's better.
It's like diminishing returns on a single chip versus if it's a production studio and they can afford multiple machines.
Yeah, they might
just
get
a farm. Right?
Yeah, they might get a farmer service and do it that way.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Do we have any? I like this comment. But what does it all mean? Let's see. I'm looking for any questions on the. If you have any questions that Bill and Amit might be able to answer, this is a good time to post them. It'll take a little bit for the delay to kick in, but I don't know if this question I always struggle to answer, but I'll pitch it your way. This is about vCore, and this is one of the most common questions I see related to overclocking, and normally I can't give a specific number, but the question is, what is a safe vCore? And so if you don't want to define a number, I think the question I would have is how do you begin to determine a safe vCore?
Yeah, I mean, so there's several factors. There's no, and it depends by the part. That's why we can't just quote an absolute number.
Right.
I mean, in general, with PBO, we keep you in what we consider to be the safe part of operating, right? And so it'll, if you do like curve optimizing or just increasing these limits, right? It always stays within, where we expect. Where you start to violate that is when you use precise and direct. When you use precise and direct, you say, I want to be somewhere else,
right?
On this frequency voltage spectrum.
Yeah.
And at that point, we're no longer managing
Wouldn't do it.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Right. So there's two concerns. One is if you set the voltage too high, you can just damage a part right away, right? The other concern is kind of a long-term effect.
Sure.
So if you're running outside of what we call our reliability limits, right, the part won't last as long.
It's like part degradation.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah. It's like I don't know. They had the F1 race this weekend, right? And how you're running the tires, right?
Sure.
If you run under extreme conditions, your tires will last 100 miles, So.
Right. Bill, can I do anything for you? You already brought the tape on your bench platform here, so I can't provide better tape than you've already provided.
I don't think the tape's the issue. Yeah. Did you go back to the older BIOS?
It's not taking the BIOS flashback right now, so.
Okay.
But it did turn on the screen.
Oh, Bill, you're muted. So walk us through what you're troubleshooting.
Well, trying to get the CMOS cleared or get it to take a BIOS flashback, and it's not taking the BIOS flashback from the thumb drive whenever it's off. So, but that's the risk we run whenever we try the latest, greatest BIOS that hasn't been tested. So,
Can I flip this? Okay. I was gonna get this onto a platform and see if we can get this one booted up.
Okay.
Can I just lift this maybe?
Yeah.
If we got enough clearance.
I think so.
Okay.
Hold it, twist it.
Yeah, I'll orient it. Oh, we have to spin it maybe. Let's spin that 180 degrees.
Okay. Yeah. Real time.
All right. Sometimes the lazy way pays off. Okay. Is there a power button on this board?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
It's right here. Oh.
Fan.
Bill calls those finger choppers.
Yeah. That is accurate. Do we have SATA over here? That's going to.
you running SATA over there?
Yeah, for
For the fan.
the pump.
Oh, SATA power.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have SATA on the pump. Okay, good. Liquid temperature is moving, so that's functional. All right.
Right, because Bill, I think you did post with the latest BIOS. It just didn't have the HPAD,
That's right.
so we
Yeah.
could.
Now where are
Oh,
we?
there you go.
That's you.
Yeah.
That's me. Oh. Right. Let me load the profile.
So
I did it.
So what do y'all?
Yes, that was it. It was the stand.
What are you wanting to do with it now?
Actually, let's just boot it.
We
Let's
won.
just- let's see. Let's see it actually boot.
Go to boot. Go down.
And boot.
Press enter down here.
All right.
Get in here a little bit.
Of course.
Why is the hair dryer taped? Did you break it?
We broke the first one, but this one did not get broken. It was actually covered up almost completely with tape at the request of our social and PR group for some videos and stuff. They didn't want any copyright infringement or.
Right.
Yes. For like official marketing stuff.
Yeah, there's a. I'm trying to see what questions people may have posted other than the one about the hairdryer. Someone did ask what I did. I elevated the board. There's a lot going on the table. I wanted to get it away from potential shorts. That cable setup will give Jay's 2 cents a heart attack. What's wrong with it? This looks completely fine.
Yeah, I try to keep my bench kind of tidy, so that was one of the things I was thinking too. So I'll give that to you, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool.
So, Steve, are you the LN2 doer pourer?
I can be.
Okay.
Do you need Ellen too?
Yeah.
It's going to be heavy now.
I hope so, anyway.
That's true. It might be. We'll see how I do with it. It does get pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think we can.
Let's
Which
see.
system you have up right now? Is it? Oh, is it the water cooled one?
This is the water cooler.
Okay. What do you want to walk through on that?
Well, it's still in BIOS. It's having problems loading the disk actually.
Oh,
So-
okay.
so-
Honestly, BIOS.
So Bill check. Yeah,
Is that our disk?
this is the one. This is one XOC.
Okay. It might have been a little too XOC'd. Try this one.
Okay. Swapping out the disk.
So back to the gloves. I am actually wearing one now because after pouring in here, the handles are kind of frozen. So. I think
it
last.
was spilling over the top. Right?
Yeah. Last time I did this, there was a chat comment about phoning my home planet because of the noise that it makes. I liked it. I thought that was a creative one.
I think I recall that actually.
Yeah. You might just be remembering when I phoned my home planet.
When he actually phoned.
Yeah. Vitalii, let me get a. You want a demo? No, not a drink. I'm just gonna pour it on the floor. So, basically, instant evaporation with liquid nitrogen when it hits something like a floor, anyway.
Is this still spinning?
It's fine.
Okay. There you go.
How many you want, Bill? All of them?
Sure. Yeah.
Whoa. Here we are.
Where? I can't see it.
Oh yeah. So we got the water cool system up in Windows,
Cool.
and you can just show kind of cruise around. So if you go into here, this is Task Manager, and so you can see. Normally there's little graphs here for showing the activity of each core, but once you get past a certain number of cores, it just puts a number in and says, "Hey, this is what you get." So you can see here, there's base frequency, 96 cores, 192 threads, L2, L3 cache. Here's the frequency it's running at. It's kind of running around 4.5 gig. We have 4 channels of memory in here, so that's 132 gigs.
128 gigabyte. Okay.
Yep. And it's running just that
Do you have
default
X?
4800.
Okay. Okay. No Expo yet.
Yeah, no, because we just cleared CMOS. This is kind of stock.
Right.
So
Should we collect like a stock
we can
figure? Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
maybe? Do we have Blender ready to go or?
Oh, Bill, you're muted. Sorry. Blender, I could have it ready to go. Where did I put
Oh,
that?
I think it was this disc, wasn't it?
But also Cinebench
We can do Cinebench, that's fine.
2024 or 23, any of these, if we run it now
Yeah?
and get a stock number and then go enable PBO, we can see what kind of
That
uplift
gives
we
us a
can get.
baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I like doing for OC streams is set a baseline for what's the actual, because that's like one of the most common questions is it worth overclocking? You know, there's overclocking with water, for example, and there's liquid nitrogen, which is it worth? Liquid nitrogen isn't a is it worth it thing. It's fun thing, and you can post scores and stuff.
But for PBO and using a normal water
Yeah.
cooler or air cooler, you can pick how you want to do it, right? So if you want to stay in the sweet spot of the efficiency curve at 350 watts, you can do that. If you have better cooling and can tolerate, the extra power consumption, you can get a lot more work done, consuming more power. So, if you're using the computer to make money doing rendering or something like that, you can see, immense benefit from doing PBO.
Yeah, so here we are, stock. I just opened up Ryzen Master as more of a monitor. I'm not changing any settings.
sure.
But in here you can see the temperature.
Let's
the-
tilt that
the
a little
pop-
bit for Vitalii.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Awesome.
Good. All right.
Okay,
Nice.
cool. And then let me do this so you can kind of see what's going on with both of them. All right.
And this system posted, by the way.
Oh, it did?
It is
So we're-
alive.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to put some more memory in
Oh,
it
nice.
and try it.
So what was the trick for yours?
Okay, so the clear CMOS on this board is always kind of tricky. So it has a clear CMOS jumper here, and then it has a clear CMOS button down here that doesn't always seem to be reliable. So doing both of them, and also I reseated some RAM. And actually, I saw that it was throwing a code for memory specifically, so I basically forced it to retrain the memory
Is
configuration.
that why you pulled the stick around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this, by the way, I think, honestly, this kind of stuff is really valuable because all those troubleshooting steps 100% apply for not liquid nitrogen also. That's typically my first steps are what Bill was doing, clear CMOS. And a lot of the time I will pull the battery if I have access to it just because I know that works, right?
Yes.
So you can pull, it's a 2032 small silver battery, you can pull that. Most people in the audience know CMOS, but okay.
Yeah, the battery's kind of the most reliable thing to do, but it's, sometimes
But then you lose all
tough to
your
get to.
settings,
And,
yeah.
Okay, let's so
Baseline?
let's run it. So we're just going to run all core. Let's make sure it's set up for all core.
And Vitalii, we can hold on that while it's running.
And sorry, I keep leaning because that's where the postcode readout. So
Right.
Nick, if you're watching this, bad place on the postcode here and the buttons, okay?
All right, so it's running.
Live feedback for the board team. I'm just happy if it has a postcode these days.
Me too.
It's
yeah.
kind of rare.
And yeah,
Okay, so there's our baseline, 115,433.
433. Okay.
and that score on this particular part can vary anywhere, down to around 100,000 or 105 range, and it really depends on your cooler
Right.
for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now one thing we like to look at is over here in Ryzen Master.
Is this is 23, right?
Yep.
I
this
can
is
log
20.
into our data set here. Let me pull it up, and I can give some reference numbers for other CPUs we've run. Let's see.
Yeah, and so while it was running, it actually finishes pretty fast. But if you pay attention over here, PPT is that 350 watt limit we were talking about. And that is running. You can see here it's at 100 watts. 100% of that CPU power is what it's giving to the cores, and you can see that's at 260 of the 350 or so for this part.
Let's
And
see.
so that determines that tells you what it's giving to the cores.
So for reference, some other parts. So I had maybe compared to the 3970X as a prior generation Threadripper family. I don't know how, that data set's pretty new. So we had that at about 44,000 points. 14900K as a reference, we had that at 39,000. So let's do some just quick percentage math. What was that one? About 115?
Yeah, about 115.
So let's call it 115, and let's call the 14900K 39. So it's like 195% higher score than a 14900K, which, you know, if a score like this linearly translates to time, which I think Cinebench does actually.
I think that's all it does for score, is just
Yeah.
measuring time.
Then basically the sort of what's the real world of it is if you were to do a CPU-bound task like tile-based rendering or something, then that's kind of the increase in speed, the increase percentage in scores is about the same. I'll give a couple more quick references. So let's look at like an old CPU just for fun. 2700X at one point was, I think that was the highest SKU part for that family. Is
Yeah,
that
it was
right?
8-core.
For the desktop part, yeah. So that was 10,500.
Yeah, I remember we were trying to get 10,000. That was.
Were you?
Well,
Okay.
actually, was R23 even out then?
No.
No, it was
No,
it was R20.
We were on R15. R20 wasn't even out yet. I
Okay,
don't think.
so-
Yeah, so 10,528, well, 115 minus, let's call it 10.5. 15 minus 10.5. That looks more correct. 900,
It's 10x.
yeah, 10x is the easy way to state that. Yeah, increase 9.95. I'll give one more. Last one for reference I'll give is, how about the 1600 AF? That's venerable. People love the 1600 AF, which is 2600. So that was 7200 in this test. All right, you want to run with
Okay.
PBO?
Yeah, the other thing I want, just before we do that, the other thing I want to look at is the frequency and voltages running at while stock. And so that's going to be, the voltages are here, voltage is here, and the frequency is here on this peak speed.
And you show the SOC portion of the power telemetry here, so that these two combined should add up to the total socket power.
I like this comment too. Imagine 1,000 to 2,000 points being margin of error.
Okay, let's run it again. So we're keeping an eye on this voltage while it's running with all cores. So look at that. It's like at 811 millivolts, and it was. Did you see the speed? Speed is here.
Frequency.
Yeah, it's at about right around
3,300.
Yeah, so 3.3 gig at 800 millivolts.
Mm.
And that's what you call me. You're like, is it really running at 800 millivolts?
So
Like, is
yeah,
it-
some behind the scenes. During the review process, every now and then with a part that's not out yet, if we're using software for anything and we see a number where it's like, I don't know, 100% no, we'll try to reach out to engineers because software measuring on parts that aren't out, it could be inaccurate.
Yeah.
And so I called because I saw 0.85 volts on the 64 core. I was like, is this reading correct? This is really low. So,
How can you get anything done with? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because on desktop, you never see it go that low.
no,
so-
especially, I mean, when I really started reviewing CPUs, it was commonly like 1.4-ish, plus, maybe 1.3, but still.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was reading comments the other day of a person that had a first-gen Ryzen and running 1.4 volts 24/7 for years now, which would be really high on this processor, at least for a full core load.
I think, yeah.
Even on LN2, 1.4 is pretty high.
Okay, so PBO, just do stock.
Oh, this is cool. I like
Yeah.
this. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And while that's running, I'll read this. Some of the comments, Dave Klaus said, just got 27K on my 5950X running PBO. So, I mean, I like this because, like, people are following along and actually,
Nice.
trying to take something from the session. So that's always cool to see.
Okay, so now if we go back to this home page, so now you can see the PPT limit's gone from 350 to 2,000.
Right.
So we just basically just move stuff out of the way, and it's going to run to whatever limit it hits.
And we should, and so that's a limit, right? That's
Yeah.
not like
Yeah,
it's
not-
running at 2,000. Yeah, so just to make
Yeah,
sure.
while we're running, we can see what it's really at.
Right.
And normally, when you're full out, either you run into normally it's temperature, right?
Right.
But or you get just the max voltage that it runs at. Okay, so let's try it. See what happens.
So what are our settings right now while this runs?
Let's see. So you can see here now it's at 1.0. No, it's like at. You can see how the voltage is going down as it's running. That's because it's heating up, and so.
That's a massive jump.
So just doing PBO by itself, we got to 140,000.
So it was about 115 before I'm going to start writing these down.
Sure.
So let's clear some space. So this is 79. Let's do a column. I'll do water over here.
So the world record, before we launched this processor was 147,000, and we could probably tweak it and get that score out of this setup, or improve the cooling situation and be able to get that kind of score out of it. So world record performance that was previously achieved on liquid nitrogen, you can do with, with a water cooler. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we weren't really planning to break world records with this one. It was just more
With
demonstration.
The water-cooled system,
Yeah.
So 140 from 115 is like almost 22% increase in score.
Yeah, by clicking that button.
Yeah.
So.
The power.
Let's watch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do
So
it
let
again.
me show
Okay.
Vitalii where to point here. So what power you want? That right there. CPU power.
Mm-hmm. Let's start. Actually.
So this cluster.
Yeah.
Yeah, these two. PPT is the total socket power, and then
Okay.
this is how much is the CPU, the core is
Right.
using. Okay. All right.
So saw a spike, I think, towards 800, and then I saw 600 something.
And I saw this PPT was at 44%. So 44% of it's like almost 900 watts total socket power.
Okay.
And then the core was using 800,
Right.
750, and it was going down again as it heated up.
So that's worth maybe talking about briefly. I kind of went into this in the review a little bit, but you specifically just said, you mentioned socket power, and then you said on the core was using.
Yes.
What else is there, what else comprises socket power?
Yeah, so the main other thing is this SOC voltage. Okay.
Okay.
Getting some notes here.
So 147,000 has dual EPYC 192 cores, and then 134,000 is the
Xeon.
Xeon
With
Next.
liquid
Oh, it's Next with Xeon with LM2.
Okay. Yeah, so this level of performance, the 140,000, it's kind of equivalent to a 2-socket Zen 4
Right.
Gen OS server.
Okay.
So just by overclocking, you're getting that out of one socket.
Right.
And it's, ahead of the
This is
LM2.
also what I've always liked about the HEDT platforms when they're unlocked anyway is purely from an enthusiast perspective. It's like the things I like about them are completely impractical, but I really like the tuning ability because normally the BIOS is pretty dialed. The boards tend to have a lot of cool features for XOC. So
Yeah, and this one, this board can handle, 2,000 watts. These limits are coming from the manufacturer, from the motherboard guys. Right? They're saying, hey, here's what we've designed for. So the other thing I want to look at was the frequency and voltage it's running at.
And also on the power, one thing that's good to talk about is it's the same thing as Raphael, where we recommend if you're gonna, especially if you're gonna enable memory overclocking and you really want to tweak the system, for the SOC power rail, the guidance would be to try to tune that voltage to the lowest stable voltage that you can for your memory configuration, and that'll just shift power budget that would have went here over to the cores out of your total power budget. And that's true on AM5 as well.
That I think that gets into territory of answering this. I was just about to read you this question from chat. Solid Reactor in chat asked if you underclock RAM, would CPU get more power?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, so what's interesting, so right here we have Expo off, so the RAM's running slower at lower voltage, and we do see the Cinebench score go up because it's not dependent on that RAM frequency because the cores are getting more power. But yeah, that's exactly right. So, and again, depending on what you're doing, you might want to make that trade-off in one direction.
Yeah, and this kind of translates to GPU OC too, where you can shift power budget around, depending on what you're working on. So, It's normally, that was one of my tricks I used against Jay's 2 cents when we were doing OC battles.
Oh.
I was
You
figuring
shifted
out
some-
working on divert power, yeah. Because we were working with locked vBIOSes, right? So you only have so much power budget to work with.
Yep.
But
On that topic, to close that out, is the memory controller voltage shown on here? If
The SOC.
Anywhere.
let me s-
probably down here, the voltages for memory itself.
Looking.
Yeah, here looks like.
Here, SOC's right there. 1.03. VDD MISC. VDIO.
VDD, VDDQ,
Yeah.
MEM, VDDIO.
Mhm.
Okay, so most Expo memory kits, they're going to have the MEM VDDIO, VDDQ, and VDD all at the same level. So like a 6400 kit might be 1.35 volts. This is another way, similar to the SOC voltage, where you can shift some power budget back to the cores and you can reduce waste heat. So for MEM VDDIO, that's the memory controller side of the equation. So one thing that I've had success with is lowering that voltage by 50 to 100 millivolts compared to VDD and VDDQ, and that'll reclaim some socket power and reduce waste heat even further, similar to the SOC voltage.
And I have a question for chat as well. I only saw one person say this, but I saw someone say stream lag, so I just want to ask if anyone else is seeing that. Normally when one person says it and I ask, I can never tell if the answer is trolling or is legitimate.
I hid the tripod.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's definitely it. Vitalii says he hit the tripod once, so that definitely that caused the system lag. That's what it was. Stream is good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. A couple people say no lag. All right.
Okay,
awesome.
cool. All right. Yeah, so just to finish up on this, let's kick it off one more time. And
You're running PBO again?
yeah, PBO and seeing what frequency. It's running at like 4.5 at like 925 millivolts now.
Okay.
So you can see, that's what PBO is doing, right?
Right.
It's increasing those limits to
What's our score over there?
And even if your cooler
like
can't
139,
sustain,
140.
Okay, about the
yeah.
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
even if your cooler can't sustain the 800 watts or wherever it peaked at, as the temperature increases, it'll automatically ramp down. So if you have a short workload, you could realize 800 watts, but on a longer workload like a render or something, you might see it taper down to whatever the capability of your cooler is. So you don't necessarily have to always match that that socket power budget to your cooling, strictly speaking. So.
Yeah, and if I'm not going to tweak it more, but you can go into curve optimizer. So this is
Right.
where you can take away voltage from that VF curve that we had,
Mm.
right? So stay at the same frequency but at a lower voltage.
Right.
With that, you get the quadratic drop in power, and the temperatures go down as well, and you can see scores go up quite a bit. So I think with that, that's where we broke that 147.
Yeah, and so I think this is also where, a little different depending on what CPU you're working on, what vendor, but for anyone who's interested in getting into overclocking, we haven't done as much OC coverage in the past year, and so I feel like probably there's a lot of maybe turnover in the audience where people haven't gotten a chance to or haven't experimented with OC. So a couple different options to start out, but for AMD platforms, Ryzen Master will at least give you a nice visual interface to try a few things. It's in my experience a little more guided to point you at the right things, the right knobs to adjust. BIOS recommended, at least on my, I prefer using BIOS. So there's a whole bunch of sub menus. You can get into like LLC tuning and things like that. But
You're also running your blender from a command line, so
That's true.
So
yeah, I do. Yeah, that's we use most of our software from command line here.
And
All
you
right.
can you can also go back and forth.
Sometimes even games. Is that not how you play games?
Karateka.
For
yeah.
some, for some people, Cinebench is a game. So
Yeah.
I play a lot.
Okay. Are we ready to go to LN2, you think?
Let's see.
All right. Okay, I'm going to shut this down. We're sharing a disk right now. So
Oh, are you? Okay.
yeah. That was the issue. That's why it was boot.
Okay.
It was a Windows disk, actually. I was like, it looks like it's posting, but it's not.
Yeah. So you swap disks.
Yeah.
Bill-
So again, and we are sharing a monitor too, so I
Right.
couldn't see that was
Yeah,
happening.
yeah.
So
Bill, I had a question from chat earlier that I could answer this, but I feel like it'd be more fun to have you answer it. Someone said, why is his CPU cooler wearing a diaper? And that is actually, it's a good question. It's like, this is actually a really critical part of sub-ambient overclocking. So Bill, I'll let you answer it.
Yeah, so it's basically the short answer is to prevent condensation on the outside of the container when we're pouring liquid nitrogen in there, because it's just a piece of metal. It's not insulated or anything like that. So this just shields it from the air so that we don't have condensation forming on it. Similarly, the board is covered in Vaseline, at least on this front half here, on top and bottom. And then actually, since we don't have it too cold, I can maybe lift this up and you'll see I actually have heaters under here, 2 heaters. So, and they are on a thermostat, so they turn off and on by themselves. But basically, the only thing I really want cold is the CPU itself. So that keeps the board hopefully above the dew point. And then the parts that are real close to the CPU, you know, the heaters can't overcome the cold liquid nitrogen. So I've got the diaper. So I've heard it called many things. Diaper, that's the first time I've heard that one.
Yeah, me too.
I think it might stick.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Okay.
So we switched over to Bill's system,
Yeah.
which means the water-cooled machine is off.
and this diaper,
Yeah.
he's been using the same piece of paper for, I don't know.
Well,
Bill, you reuse your diapers?
Oh, if it rips, he's like, oh my God, I gotta go get some more paper.
well, you saw I took it out of a bag and
No, he
Right.
picks up the pieces,
And I-
dries them out, puts them in the bag.
Do
So-
we need to get Lisa to
No.
get you more
no,
paper
here's the
towels?
thing.
No, this-
No, here's the thing.
This paper was in Taiwan, I think, right?
It probably was, yeah.
Travels
Because
the world.
look at that's what I get to take, right? Those 2 boxes.
Yeah.
So, and a roll of paper towels is super heavy, and I don't use the blue ones like everybody else. These ones I use because they don't have perforation, and I
Right.
can wrap it more easily without tearing. So that's the story there.
Have
But
you ever noticed, I mean, do these come from like the AMD bathroom on
Yes.
the floor? Okay. I was going to say, it looks kind of like
It's-
that.
I think there was a sternly worded email telling people not to take.
they put a sign in the bathroom that said, "Please stop stealing the toilet or the paper towels." And
Like, this is for work. No, but the pieces are all the right length. He's got little pieces, you know, to go in the different channels.
Right.
And so, you know,
It's all very methodical.
can't mess with it.
okay, so I'm still on that BIOS, and we're just gonna see.
Okay. You're going to need a disk at some point. So,
600.
yeah.
Let's get that out of there. It's like making a buzzing sound. Okay, so yeah, we'll put that in when I shut it down in a second after we save this. Okay, so I'm just loading up this memory profile, and then we'll just set a couple of things. So this, I'm going to tell, I'm going to disable peak current control, so that's going to unlock some extra current potential. I'm going to make sure that the memory controller and the memory stick are running in 1-to-1 mode here. I don't need PBO, so that is off. I'll go ahead and turn this on. Actually, SOC OC mode should be enabled automatically whenever you load Expo or any kind of overclocked memory configuration.
Let me ask if, just for people in the audience who might want to follow along, first of all, a lot of this will transplant to desktop parts as well, some of
Yep.
the same concepts, so you could take some of these same learning points. But Bill, is this the same type of steps you would walk through even if you were overclocking not on LN2?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So, and this is in the BIOS. I don't have any problem with using Ryzen Master either, and for all the extreme stuff where I need to change stuff on the fly, that's what I use. So,
Okay.
but yeah, this would be the superset, but most of everything that you need really is in Ryzen Master. So, I wanted to at least mention this right now, and maybe we can go into more detail on this, but in the overclocking menu, you have MPS mode, which means NUMA nodes per socket.
Okay.
Okay, and you've got 1, 2, and 4, and this is actually outside of the OC menu too, in the CBS menu. But basically, and it might be good to do a diagram or talk about this more in a second. But so there's 4 memory controllers, 4 channels, 4 memory controllers. MPS 1 interleaves all of the memory together into one continuous address range so that any core is going to access memory spread across all 4 of those memory controllers. So this is kind of like usually a max bandwidth kind of setting. And then on the other extreme is MPS4, which tries to contain, depending on how the OS behaves, it should be that it schedules processes and uses local memory. It's not interleaved with the rest of it. So this would give you the lowest memory latency, and this should give you the highest memory bandwidth for most workloads. So
this is all really good information, by the way. I'm probably going
we
to
should
watch
probably
this back later.
draw it, but I'll just put it on 4.
This is also the kind of information that's hard to find on, there's not a lot of resources for all the OC settings.
Yeah,
So
it's really in
now-
the guts of it.
There's not much really.
So what are
Come on, man, talk.
Yeah, what
Bill,
are two? It's funny because like
So-
I know Bill does this out of like muscle memory at this point,
So I disabled C states.
right? That one makes sense.
Yeah.
So any power saving states you're getting rid of.
there's nothing much else in here that's too critical.
What was
What was
SME?
SME? Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's even enabled on this platform, but it's
the memory
part of the
encryption.
memory
Yeah.
encryption.
Okay.
So
So
oftentimes
is that a security feature?
yes.
But then for OC, I mean, who cares?
Yeah, because you could get the memory sticks really cold and do a memory swap hack, right?
Okay.
Yeah, where it'll still retain the data for a little while, the colder that they are, and so that's one of the things that helps with to safeguard against that.
Yeah, and there you have something to talk about. So Threadripper is has a lot of the server hooks in it. So the big thing is the memory. So we're using RDIMMs now
Right.
instead of UDIMMs, which have ECC and the buffer chip, that makes it registered. So, but in addition, there's virtualization stuff. I'm not sure how much of all that is enabled, right? That's what we were talking about. But it has a lot of the
Professional
server,
server features.
A lot of the work we did for server, goes into Threadripper to make it a professional workstation. So.
So is the memory swap you're talking about, is that a basically an attack vector? Like
If you have physical access and the resources to pull it off, I mean that's highly technical, but
Yeah,
it
two
is
things.
something
Yeah.
that's safeguarded against.
Yeah, one
Right.
physical attack. The other is if you have a hypervisor and a guest, right?
That's
right.
It prevents the hypervisor from
I see.
getting
That's
the
the
guest data.
main
That-
point.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
main reason. Now, like he's saying, you do lose performance when you do that because you got to encrypt and unencrypt.
That makes
But-
sense.
But if someone's snooping on your data, they get this garbage that they can't.
Especially like
yeah.
professional class platform where I mean, one example is we ran I'm not familiar with this world, but we ran some financial benchmarks on Threadripper. We had a lot of comments from people who were very thankful for that. And that's the type of sector I would think, you'd be like, I'm okay losing a little bit of performance.
Like a data center where you have multiple users on one machine that's virtualized, right? It helps prevent you from snooping into their session, basically.
Isolates.
And on that, here in the CBS.
Hey, Bill, we got a shout out to the AMD Taiwan CE team, man.
Nice.
They're watching it. I don't know what time it is for them, but
Taiwan
love you
CE
guys.
team's
Thanks for all the
watching.
support.
It's about,
All
about
right.
8, 9 o'clock.
all
there.
right. Hey,
Yeah.
everybody.
We'll see you soon.
Yes.
For memory security, the other one that we've been disabling is also in the AMD CBS options in the UMC. And in here, there's two things I'll show you. Okay, here's the DDR security. So these are two more encryption options that you could disable. I haven't quantified the exact uplift, but it's kind of like on AM5 where I was recommending that you disable memory power down, and I think it's worth around maybe 1 nanosecond or so. It's really hard to measure that down to 1 nanosecond, but
Why is that, Bill?
because all the tests are so noisy and the operating system is doing stuff. And
But it's a whole nanosecond.
yeah, and I'm chasing it, believe me. Okay, but so while we're in this menu, I just want to say another thing, because on Threadripper, we're bringing the RDIMMs, so this is new for a lot of people. And on a server, there's probably not a reason to do this usually, but on client, if you're going to tweak the system, we have a way to disable ECC. So
we were using this in our testing as well.
yeah.
So you were turning it off?
Yeah, we did an on and off
Okay.
set. Yeah.
Yeah. So my recommendation is to do your memory tweaking if you're going to do overclocking, especially anything beyond Expo, or if you're going to try to do build-zoid kind of timings or something like that. Disable ECC and do your stability testing, and then when you're done and everything's good, re-enable ECC. So the ECC could mask some kind of memory problem that you might have that you can suss out during stability testing if you disable it, because you don't really want ECC always fixing errors in the background because of a bad overclock,
Yeah, it's
right?
not the intended use.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So can it,
But
can it help that?
But
Yes.
it will protect you, right?
Right,
You know,
right.
I mean, because the alternative is you get the wrong data. you know,
Yeah.
So
Okay. There's nothing else really in here. So yeah, all I did really was load Expo and allow it to set most of the memory voltages, or all the memory voltages. And then I did the SOC mode, which should have been automatic. I did a manual SOC voltage. Usually 1.2 is plenty for most memory configurations. And the only reason I'm doing 1250 is to add a little extra heat whenever we're on LN2, actually.
Okay.
So, let's see. Okay, so it's going to retrain the new memory profile and all that good stuff right now.
Need more on that one?
no, it's
Okay.
Here.
I've been hiding thermoses over here. I have three
Oh,
that I
okay.
filled. and
Okay, so
forgot
where-
about.
That's a big problem.
You're expecting some world records.
Yeah, that's right.
So I did post a couple of LN2 results today, actually. So
But hopefully beatable live.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up. There's some good comments in here. Oh, actually, I saw a question that I can't find it. It was a while ago, but it pointed me towards something we were talking about when you guys first got here. About I haven't fully watched through Wendell's video yet, but I guess he did some kind of like gaming while also doing production type stuff in the background, and that's an interesting use case too, because there was a comment on our video on the review, and the commenter said, "Sorry for the noob question, but," and then proceeded to ask an incredibly good question, which was, we were talking about how some applications will not utilize more than, say, 32 cores. And the question they asked was, could you, I'll kind of translate it, but effectively, could you spawn multiple instances? And depends on the application, but
Depends
a
on
lot
the
of times,
application.
yes.
yeah.
So like, I don't know if it's still this way, but Handbrake used to behave that way where some time ago at least, it was sometimes better to spawn multiple instances of it and run it against different files to fully leverage it. And so it was I mean, it's a great point, you know, it's.
Yeah, and I think kind of Wendell's case was, he was like, hey, what can I be doing these background tasks, like maybe compiling code or rendering or whatever, and play a game at the same time.
Yeah.
And he was able to do all that in parallel.
Sure.
So.
And Wendell, for anyone who isn't familiar with his name, Level 1 Techs on YouTube. So what's the plan over here? You booting with your new settings?
I put the drive back in
Okay.
that Amit had previously borrowed,
Yes.
and it already booted up with the new memory settings.
Cool.
So
And then while we're booting too, I'll do a note for our store. So this past week we enabled a 10% off anything from the tools category. So things like our solder and project mats, which is too distant for me to run and grab in the studio. Solder and project mats, if you want a super high heat resistant silicone mat for your work. We also have the mod mats. So PC building work surfaces with a bunch of diagrams. Bill actually has one in his lab that we saw when we were there. And the toolkits, all of those are 10% off at the moment. So head over to store.gamersnexus.net. Thank you. And that supports us directly, supports the streaming we do, and help funds all of the testing we've been doing lately. There's an example of the solder mat.
Yeah, it's It's thick.
And it teleports. I mean, you know, I just talked about how it was like too far away, and here it is.
He just stretched out his arm.
It just popped into frame. There it is. So you can head over to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out with that. And Bill, it looks like you are in the OS now. Someone earlier asked, why are there Pringles on the screen?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to interrupt you.
That's a Windows background, though, and the reason it's on there is because I had a different one, and
Actually, I don't know what he's going to say. I have no idea what Bill's about.
I was asked to change it,
Okay.
so I changed it.
Okay, so that was a Windows default background, which is legally permissible. Okay, got it.
On the whenever we were talking about NUMA nodes earlier, just a quick little thing.
Oh, yeah.
So if you go into the Performance tab at Task Manager and go to CPU, if you right-click here, you can change graph. And NUMA nodes is an option if there's more than one NUMA node. If there's only one, it won't let you do it. Okay, so now I set MPS equals 4, so I do have 4 NUMA nodes. So this would be, you know, 1/4 of the cores and so on and so on.
Okay.
Okay, so
Cool.
So what, 24, 24
Yeah.
cores.
there's a couple
per-
other ways to check it, but that's the easiest probably.
Okay.
So, all right, well, we can try to go cold, huh?
Okay.
Yeah. What's your target temperature right now?
Like -120.
Okay.
This part is good for, without any tweaking, for 130. So I'll just try to keep it in the safe zone. It still might crash occasionally, even at 125 or so. It's right on the edge. At 130, the board just resets. So, but every part's different. The part that I had before this, without doing any tweaking, it would go down to about -60, so about half, and have the same effect.
Is that the one we have in this board?
It is the one that's in there, which
Yeah.
overclocked on water really well. So this is the exact system and the CPU that we use to get the air-cooled or the Ice Giant cooled, and then the water-cooled records that we posted like last week.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then this is the exact LN2 system. It wasn't as fussy, but
Well, it's working now, so don't piss it off.
Don't taunt him. Okay, so
the
current-
CE team's watching, so they
Yeah.
heard me complain about the placement of the postcode and the button.
And now they're
So
in chat.
Yeah. So as we said, the previous record before the new Threadripper was 147K. That was a 2-socket Epic.
yeah, two
apparently
96 cores.
296 cores.
That was
Yeah.
147K. Is
Yep.
that what you said?
The
Okay.
current record holder is this guy right here on this part at 186,
Okay.
which he posted earlier today
Where are you? HardwareBot?
on HardwareBot.
HardwareBot.org or
Yep.
hwbot.org? Yeah.
Yeah. 186,756. So
Okay.
if we're able to break that, we can post a new world record live.
Nice. I had a. This is a. I don't know if Amit, if you want to take this or Bill, but this was a really good question. So, JMill Custom Scan posted in chat and asked, can you guys discuss PBO and BIOS in the AMD section versus the motherboard brand section? So maybe at a top level, I mean, is there functionally any difference?
No.
So, no.
There's no
Well,
functional difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the way it works is we have the GISA code, which
Mhm.
we give as source to the motherboard vendors. And at that point, they do with it what they want. So some of them just duplicate it into their own section.
Okay.
Some hide the AMD one and just have
Mhm.
their own version. Some just use ours. So
Right.
at that point, it's up to each motherboard vendor what they do. But, you know,
Basically AMD. Yeah, so it's provided as part of AGISA.
And some of them
Yeah.
you'll see they have their menu and then it's duplicated.
Yeah.
And a lot of people ask about that. So if you see a particular menu option that's been duplicated elsewhere, generally, if you leave one on auto and you change the other, the one that you change will take effect. Don't change both, just change one, and it usually doesn't matter which one. And then, yeah, that goes back to, you know, design language for these BIOSes, because they try to have some consistency from generation to generation with where they place stuff.
Right.
And so that's kind of what they told me in talking to the motherboard vendors about why, and that's most of the reason. Okay, so we're at negative 55. Okay, so I think this is a stock system, so PBO is not even installed, so we can see what kind of score we get just from being cold versus
Oh,
what
okay,
Amit
yeah.
got. That might be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
So he got like 115 or
115.
117?
Now that was with Expo off.
Yeah.
It's still crazy seeing that many.
Expo doesn't really have much bearing on the result in R23, so
That makes sense.
2024 maybe a little different. Okay, so I only got 108 520. So
Okay. So what's the current
not too.
configuration?
This is stock.
It's just stock, yeah.
Stock.
But I have
Just running
Expo
cold.
enabled,
Yeah.
and I'm taking some power budget away from the cores to do that, right? Because I don't have PPO enabled. So
That's
this
what
is
we were
kinda-
talking about earlier.
Yeah, this is the exact result you could expect. Yeah.
Yeah, if you had infinite cooling.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So without the cooling, I don't know what exactly happened there. That's weird.
Just,
It did look like it was running slow too, though.
At the end.
Yeah.
the mount.
Oh,
No, it's not the mount. Thanks for asking.
You're like almost offended.
Well,
Stuff happens. That was fun.
Yeah, for anyone who,
I like how you proactively cleared space for Bill.
I did do that. I did clear space behind us in case it needed a
did.
remount. But you were like a surgeon with that remount last time. 'cause
Yeah.
I remember you kind of like disappeared back there while Amit and I
We
were
were just-
talking.
That was good. I think it worked out.
And you came back, you're like, see right there?
Yeah.
See that corner?
So for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, I mean, just mount contact with whatever thing you're cooling between the LN2 pot and the device, whether it's GPU or CPU. The mount's really important because if you have the thermocouple for the actual temperature, which he's reading off of this device. Is this an Elmore Labs one?
It is.
It is, yeah.
So he's reading this off of, it'll be upside down, but well, we have enough room there. So we're at minus 66 currently. That number, for anyone who doesn't know, is coming from actually the base of the liquid nitrogen pot. So it's not the temperature of the CPU. Most CPU sensors have a pretty, relative to liquid nitrogen, high minimum point. And so you need an external sensor for the pot. And if you have a bad mount, the sensor might read whatever, minus 120, but you could have some part of the CPU that's significantly hotter than that.
Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but this power supply actually shows the power that's being consumed.
Oh yeah, we should be able to see that actually.
So it's kind of cool. We have one that we can look at right here. So that one got to about 1,100 watts, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was watching when y'all were running earlier, and I noticed it started off at about like 4.5 and tapered down to 4.3 or so during the run. So this is 4.5.
Fixed?
Yeah, 4.56,
okay.
I believe.
What's that number?
And I still got, it's 114, 18, it's 115 basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we'll go over to the LN2 one.
Okay, yeah.
So you said about 115?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was at 4.5 fixed?
Yep.
Yes.
Expo?
Expo on.
Expo 5600?
And
Now, Expo being on, once we go into manual overclocking mode, that power budget difference doesn't matter because now all of the power budget's unlocked. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So now it's helping in some sense.
Now, it's not hurting anyway. Yeah.
So at 4.5 fixed, is that all core?
All
Oh,
core.
yeah.
Okay.
Now, interesting thing about that,
That one's full, and I'll
So-
take that one.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
if you look at Ryzen Master, you'll notice that we have 2 sets of core voltages.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That's an
So
interesting thing to
actually
talk
have
about.
more or less 2 VRMs on the board, and you can control them independently. So, among other things, one thing that you could think of possibly doing is setting half of your cores, to an overclock state, and then maybe the other half into something closer to like eco mode or something like that, right? So you could think of several use cases where that might be good because you could use thread affinity or process lasso and stuff like this. So you could even assign work to the cores that are running in eco mode, and then the OS and the applications of interest running on the the overclocked cores. So
Yeah, like Bill was saying, now we have 2 different VRMs for the package. One VRM does these top cores, and the other one does these bottom cores. And they run pretty much independently.
So if you open up Ryzen Master and see that, that's what's going on. I don't think this has been conveyed yet in hardware info. I don't think I saw double breakouts for this,
Okay.
but that's possible in the future for sure. Okay, so now I just went to 5 gigahertz,
Okay.
and we're at negative 83 degrees.
Someone says this would be an amazing Minecraft machine. I guess if you had someone to continuously pour LN2 for you, you could play Minecraft with it.
All right, that got us to 122 basically.
Okay,
I'll run
so-
it again and see if we get any there.
That doesn't sound right.
You want to run again? What was your frequency this time?
5 gig?
Yeah, 5.
5.0.
Yeah.
Any other changes?
Maybe. No, it's it.
And what was the? You said this.
Uh,
It does seem low
there we go.
though. Is that right? About
That's
right?
closer.
No, it's not.
This is something that Joe Stepanzi has Bearded Hardware has talked with me about on stream in the past, but he's got some, as most overclockers do, he has some overclocking superstitions.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things he's talked to me about is score efficiency, where I think the concept, as he's explained it to me, is sort of what's the score you get for the input, where sometimes you'll see, like you're talking about seeing some like abnormally low values for the input, which I guess could be anything from background noise in the OS to
Generally, that's what it is.
Right.
So, but
that's in a restart will often help recover that. So, did you strip this
and
OS
also
down?
the other thing too, I wanted to restart was because we never restarted when we went from like 20 degrees Celsius to negative 90.
Okay.
So this is going to force the fabric links and stuff like that to retrain now at the colder
Okay.
temperature. So that's mainly why I did it.
Yeah, no, it's
There used to be a trick. I want to say it was like early Ryzen where you had to cut Infinity Fabric down to like 1467 or something.
Yeah, that's about right.
Is that still a thing? Is that still a behavior?
For some parts, maybe, but I haven't seen lowering the F clock dramatically improve the stability of the GMI links. We talked about this before, but on can I see that part? Where's that part at?
Which you want the?
Yeah, in the 2-1 too.
The edge?
Sure. Give me that 2-1.
This?
no,
Oh, this one. Yeah,
Yeah.
750. Okay.
Okay, so this is AM5, and there's GMI links or fabric links between the cores and the I/O die naturally, right? Because the I/O die is what talks to the memory and all of your peripherals in the system. So there's 2 voltages for each link. There's the CCD side and the IOD side. So now you've got, on this part, you've got 4 total voltages that you can tweak. It's called VDDG is the voltage.
That was actually when I, again, this is kind of going back a couple of generations, I think, but at one point I was really struggling getting the clocks higher on one of the parts I was overclocking, and historical data online suggested I should be able to get it higher. I called you and you said you need to start looking at VDDG,
Mm-hmm.
which I think I was running it too low or something.
Yeah,
so.
and it can be too low or too high.
Mm.
Yeah. So this 2 CCD, 2 links apiece, 4 voltages. Okay, so now we've got 12 CCDs. Now we got 24 voltages that you could potentially need to tweak. So this is a monster to tune for cold bugs in that respect. So, but it is doable. And I've said before, I think on the last stream, that I have notebooks
Yeah.
full of.
We showed one of them in the AMD lab tour.
Okay, and then I think y'all made fun of me saying shmoo.
Made fun of is a strong interpretation of that, but I'm sorry you felt that way.
I thought it was fun. Shmoo, shmoo.
Well, we should mute the mic when doing the blow
the kitty.
dryer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. For anyone wondering, that's to blow the ice out of the pot or the water out.
So when I pour the LN2, it boils, and if there's a bunch of ice crystals that are just loose in there, they might end up on the board where we don't want or need them.
Shmoo, by the way, I found out was a real word.
Yes.
Not just a Bill, it needs a word and he made this one up.
No.
No,
It's like schmooing. We had to go look it up to find schmooing.
Yes.
Man,
Hey, we used it back at HP when I was back there in the 90s, man.
What's
So,
the, let's see the exact, so Semiconductor Engineering is the website that has this answer. It says in semiconductor testing, schmooing is the testing technique of sweeping a test condition parameter through a range to look at the device under test as it would perform in the real world.
And
There you
In
go.
other words, schmoo.
Shmoo.
so the thing about it is with the VDDG voltage, it's very sensitive. So you can move it a bunch of ticks and it does nothing. And then all of a sudden you get to the point where 5 millivolts breaks it all of a sudden. So, but maybe on the other side of that, it's the most stable that you can get it. So very sensitive to very small increments. So that's why you normally have to do a binary search to try to dial in on those voltages. So and it can be very time consuming.
What's your plan for the next clock configuration?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think the scores were low, Bill, for that frequency.
So you rerun
Right.
5?
Why does it tell me I need to do PBO?
Did you try telling it that you created it?
PBO's on. Okay, so but I can turn off PBO on the fly, right? By going here and pressing apply. Is that right on it?
So,
No, maybe not.
I normally use BIOS, so I can't help you.
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, you're toggling and it wants to restart. Is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because what
This
it likes,
isn't the latest version. The Ryzen Master either. This is an earlier test build. So
but part of what it does, it likes to save stuff in the BIOS. That way you don't have to keep reapplying
Yeah,
every time. and
right.
stuff.
yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So
Which I guess, yeah, in this case triggers a reboot.
so yeah, like by applying it in Ryzen Master, you could totally avoid going into the BIOS at all if you wanted to. So
Someone,
and now we're restoring it to default, so I can go into manual mode again.
we had a question: is this a previous recording, or am I just that lucky? No, yeah, this was recorded weeks ago, actually, but we're using a special technique so I can read your chat today, and then we insert new frames, and then it keeps rolling.
It's AI, right?
Yeah, using
it's
the
AI.
processing power of a
That's
Threadripper.
right. Yeah, that's right. It's all AI generated. Yeah. Although probably if it were pre-recorded, we would not have had to lift this bench an extra, I don't know, inch or two to make it boot. But it worked.
It worked.
Sometimes it's simple stuff.
See, you got the liquid nitrogen and you
Yeah.
raised the board.
That's right.
So,
I've contributed 2 things.
Oh, the one thing I want to mention while I'm actually thinking about it is we always get the comment about shouldn't you not put a cap on your liquid
That is-
nitrogen
yeah.
so you don't have an explosion? And that is exactly true.
yes.
Okay, so if you notice, whenever we do this,
Were you guys unhappy with our coverage, and so you're just
it's just that.
setting up
See-
an explosive in my studio?
Oh my gosh, payback.
It
Yeah.
is so. It is true, though. I mean, genuinely, like if you start looking into liquid nitrogen, you should be aware of any safety you may. So a great, actually common one to be aware of is just ventilation in the room. This is a very large room, and there is active ventilation, so we don't need to worry about that. But if you're in a particularly small space, no ventilation, you do need to make sure oxygen is cycling, because I mean it's
Yeah.
just a bunch of nitrogen.
Yeah, and they have oxygen sensors. That's what we use.
Right.
Yeah,
To make
and I
sure.
usually bring them with me.
And as far as the
the-
capping it,
Oh, the
Yeah.
threads.
So that's just the
Yeah.
air blows in there, just the convection of the air, and then you end up with a lot of water vapor that turns into ice and sinks to the bottom, and then that ends up in here where we don't want it. So
Right.
by just putting a cap over it, it just helps to prevent extra ice formation. That's all.
cap. I normally run no cap,
All right.
but that's because I'm not good enough to have to worry about it.
I'm no cap as well. But, I mean, Bill's right. You get the
Oh,
ice
yeah.
on the rim.
I mean,
that,
And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
like, typically, if I'm not being lazy, I'll like wipe the rim frequently to get the ice away from it. But
Yeah.
over time, you need to empty it out to get the water out of it too. Because the water will pool in the bottom of the pot and separate it from the nitrogen. So
And somebody probably in the comments said that there's also the risk of forming liquid oxygen,
Right.
Because it'll condense into the liquid nitrogen. And we have proven that in the lab that you can do that, but not enough can dissolve into here and dissipate out of here to cause a problem. We've never had a problem with that.
In
But
your experience, yeah.
yeah,
Like we've never killed parts.
Right, yeah.
I don't kill that many parts.
Are you still muted? You unmuted it?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens now. What's it doing?
We're doing pretty well on
Okay.
the
Oh, minus 120.
nitrogen
Oh yeah,
supply.
yeah. I just cold bugged it. Yeah.
So
That's
Yeah.
yeah. Let's
Let's talk
explain
about
that
that.
because you've
Yeah.
said I didn't want to interrupt and derail it earlier, but you've mentioned cold bugging a couple times now. We haven't defined that, so
yeah, there's actually two terms. There's cold bug and cold boot bug.
mm,
And they're two different things. So cold bug is just below some temperature, part just won't run.
Mm.
You know, and it's different from part to part depending on how you have it set up. This part's around minus 120, minus 130. Cold boot bug, which is what Bill's dealing with right now, is what temperature can you actually post the system at? And typically, those two temperatures can be different,
right.
right? And what we see is that normally a cold boot bug is at a higher temperature than the actual cold bug. And so on this part, where do you have to get to boot?
It's right around 115 or so.
Okay.
So it's a small
Oh,
window.
muted.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this one,
So
usually
you're
with the
saying-
SOC at like 1.3 volts, I can get down to negative 130 before it does that. And
Okay.
then to reboot, like 115 or 120.
Once you're past that boot though, and you're in Windows, does it freeze out or crash or anything?
Well,
once
generally,
you
then
drop
you can
further?
go colder again,
Right.
Like on the first gen Threadripper stuff, like you were talking about, we had a cold bug that was reliable on almost all parts at negative 160, and the screen would turn on, but it wouldn't boot. And then if you heated it to warmer than negative 160, then it would just start booting, and then you could pour liquid nitrogen again and go back all the way down to liquid nitrogen
that's-
temperature.
That's also why you just briefly grabbed the torch.
Didn't need it though.
Yeah, didn't need
Didn't
it.
have to use it.
Because it started posting?
Yeah, it's booting right
And
now.
I guess if you can avoid it, do you want to try and avoid it just for, because it seems like it would potentially create a lot of water, I guess, for anything that's frozen in the socket or in the LN2 pot. But
There's two things. Well, yeah, one is that you don't want to cycle it too much. The other thing is you actually want to boot as cold as possible because then all the settings will be,
nice.
you know,
Okay.
anything that gets configured at boot will be closer to where you're actually running.
Okay.
Might end up having to reboot to get
To apply.
PBO disabled again. Let's see if it disabled it or not.
So when you're talking about settings that are applying during boot like that, that may you may have a
Oh.
temperature consideration. You know, I know memory does training, but any examples top of your head?
Yeah, memory, PCIe, and those GMI links
fabric.
we're talking about, the
Yeah.
fabric links
Okay.
between the chiplets.
Okay.
They all train at boot, and they're all temperature as a component. for
So
all of
does GMI as an example, does that train every boot? Or is that just like you set BIOS save and then that's it?
it. No, it's every boot. It's
Okay.
every boot, and it's also periodically. You know, if it's getting errors,
Okay.
you know, as conditions change, it's got to keep up with it.
Got it. Let me get people up to date on some of the stuff we've run. So, someone said, "Are you guys disabling the system security protocols?" There was one we talked about earlier that Bill disabled, so that does help with OC like this.
So, you know, and those are internal to the CPU. I didn't disable anything in Windows, so whatever Windows 11 has, most
so
of that stuff.
virtualization's on. We're,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
actually running in a
Yeah,
virtual machine.
yeah. Okay, get a little colder here, but not too cold.
And to get everyone up to date on the scores, so we really only just started doing the LN2 stuff a little bit ago. Let me move it over here. It's very high tech, and this is.
It does have wheels, which is.
I know
Yeah,
it's great.
I haven't seen that, so. it's
Oh
cool.
yeah, we are constantly innovating here. I invented wheels on the on the whiteboard. So we have a stock result, pure stock, on the water-cooled system, which is on the front of on the left side over here, on my left side. So that was a 115K result in Cinebench R23, and then they enabled PBO and kind of maxed out PBT limits, and so that was a 140K result. And then Bill, while configuring on the LN2 system, ran an initial baseline to give us something to compare against later. So he set a 4.5 fixed all-core frequency. Expo's on this time, and got 115K there. And so the next steps will be more clocks.
Yeah, so when we went to 5 and it didn't really scale very well, that's because that's one of the bugs with this BIOS with regard to extreme overclocking, is that not only does it load PBO again, but it also defaults a critical setting, and we will fix that.
Which one is
Someone said next evolution motorized wheeled whiteboard. Well, we don't have that kind of funding here, unfortunately.
Motorized?
Yeah. Next time you guys come here, I'll have an AI whiteboard.
I was at this place, and they had robotic robots that are going around collecting the dishes from the table.
Oh my God,
Like,
okay.
the robot would come by, and you could, like, put your dish in, and it would
Okay.
take it back to the kitchen. I was like,
It's your next overclocking project.
Well, when we were just in Taiwan as well, is that where you're talking about?
I mean, this was at the airport. but
Yeah.
The airport, okay.
Yeah.
It's an advanced airport. So Bill, what's your, you just applied something rebooted.
Yeah, that's
What was the setting? It was
PBO.
Okay.
Yeah,
PBO.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
But now it should be off,
it should be off.
as long as we don't crash.
Someone wants to know what motherboard you're using. Why?
this-
Here's specifically, they're asking if it's ASRock. Oh,
Yeah,
it is,
this one
it
is, yeah. And I don't think there's any markings on it to be seen. It's all hidden, but yeah, it's the TRX 50WS is the
Okay.
model. Posted scores on it for today, and they didn't have it in the HW bot database yet, so, but I was still able to post the score.
Okay. Got a lot of microphones to keep track of. Things.
Yeah.
I'm not used to keeping an eye on 3 mics. Seems pretty smooth though. I really shouldn't have said that.
No, I know.
I really regret saying that.
Have you never done a live stream?
Stream crashes. Yeah.
Have
That
you had
was a
stream
mistake.
Crash? Like, have you had it crash in the middle of
Oh
it?
yeah. I
yeah.
mean, there was the best one. It was a Rip J stream, during our overclocking battle, and I was working out of a large tub of ice water for it. It was no LN2 allowed for this, and I remember it was just a really poorly timed one where I was like near the power supply and I dropped something and then the stream died, and people thought that like I got electrocuted because I had my hand in the.
Like that's the
in
last
the
thing
pool
they
of
saw. That's the
water.
last thing they
They saw me reach my hand into the pool of water. I dropped something and then it cut.
Oh, yeah.
Steve is gone.
I had to tweet out like, "No, we'll be right back." So yes, we have definitely had streams die. All right, so it looks like you're up.
Okay, so let's see.
Are we
It
back?
Should be 5 gigahertz.
Okay.
Should be.
Okay, this should be a big score. It's working.
You shouldn't have said that either. Just like I shouldn't have said the.
Well, no, that's what we saw last time. It's
Yeah.
you see how it's running, and it gets to the end, and it kind of hangs out for a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it's doing there, and the score's bad. So
Oh, is it? Okay.
yeah,
What do you got? 120 something? Is that what this
108.
is? 108.
108.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. Yeah.
Let me
That's
make
too
sure.
low. So something's going on.
It's doing something funny.
Is it related to? You think it's like Windows thing, a temperature thing?
Well, now we're at
Is it the
126,
mount?
but that does still seem low. Yeah, no, it's not the mount.
Okay, just thought I'd check. It's been a little while since I checked, so.
Okay, let's check the power. What is it really? 1,300 watts. It's using all the watts. Okay, 133, but no,
Okay.
it should be
I mean, yeah, what is it?
150-ish, I think.
Yeah. So,
You know, cranky. Oh, can you? Oh, shoot.
yeah.
I think I know what it is.
You think you know what it is? Trying to check for more questions if there are any. How many watts did you say? I don't know what the last number we looked at was.
Well, it was right now. It got to about 1350. I
Okay.
saw on the power supply.
And that's total system power,
Mhm,
I guess.
from the wall.
I mean, most of it is the CPU, but
Yeah. No, it feels like either EDC or PCC.
this is a good question. Did you de-bloat the operating system for this?
Not really. I disabled most of the like startup stuff, and I actually did disable like Windows Defender and the Windows Search. But that's about it.
Okay.
Nothing too crazy.
Windows Search we've been turning off for most of our test benches lately, or at least some of the indexing, because I don't know if you've seen the bug sometimes where it'll just hang on like home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, if I remember correctly, once you disable search, if you try to do a search, it re-enables the process. So
Okay.
that's 142.
142. Okay, so that's at least fixed from the 108 you just saw.
Yeah.
So that is an improvement. You think it's still low?
It's nothing like this.
Want to try it?
Sure. I mean, it's not going to hurt.
So, changing the power
So it's a
plan.
power setting in Windows. Sometimes we see, especially with these fast
Mm.
workloads, it's kind of getting out of power management and getting
Well, I mean,
back in.
I saw it definitely ramp up.
Yeah.
It started at a low frequency and then took a second to get to the 5 gigahertz that I had set. So, but whatever the setting was before, that's what I was using before. So,
Okay.
somehow PBO is enabled again.
It is?
That yeah. So let's see here.
Is it, if you toggle it in BIOS and ignore the Ryzen Master toggle, I'm assuming Ryzen Master would not show it as enabled when you reboot. Like if you disable in BIOS rather
Mhm.
than software.
It'll reflect the current
Yeah.
mode. Yes.
What do you think?
130. Yeah, something still doesn't seem exactly right.
So you think it's in PBO? It's not. It's
Well,
in.
Ryzen Master thinks it is, that's for sure. But it's in manual mode. It took the
Mhm.
5.2 gigahertz, but
Hmm.
yeah, it's taken a long time to ramp. See?
It's almost like this would smooth out, I think, if the test ran longer.
Yes, it would.
Because
Mhm,
yeah,
right.
if it takes 2 seconds to ramp, and the test is less than a minute long, that's
It's significant.
proportionally that's a significant amount of time. So it'll hurt the score a lot.
Yeah, it feels something like that.
So yeah, I think
It's almost like
I could probably solve it if I can restore defaults and go back and set my profile again. I think that the PCC platform,
I think that's
is that what it's called?
Yeah,
PCC?
P- platform.
I think that got enabled again somehow. Yeah,
Is that in the BIOS?
it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So what I will do is restore defaults, and then we'll go back and load these.
once you set your base settings in BIOS, fix things like toggling stuff off, and you're at a state where you're ready to just start incrementing clocks and voltage, what type of, I guess I'll ask the question 2 perspectives, but one is with sort of normal cooling, what type of increments do you do typically? If you're looking for an all-core overclock, how much are you incrementing it each time?
Are you talking about you're talking about regular cooling?
Yeah, let's talk about like water
Yeah.
cooling first.
So going back, what I would say is overclocking superstitions. I've had a lot better luck taking baby steps to get there to the
Yeah.
end than just jumping straight there. And it doesn't even make any sense in any way. But that's the way that I've had the best luck. So
Yeah, that's been my experience as well.
Yeah, like maybe go 100 megahertz at a time,
Mhm.
and then once when that doesn't work, then go down to 25 is our minimum increment. So
How much do you typically start incrementing vCore as an example? Once you, like, let's say that first run where you first hit instability, what's your first
So
step
again,
there?
it goes into where you are in that curve. So in the linear part of the curve, it's a millivolt per megahertz, right? But when you're in the flat part, we see like 2 to 1.
Okay.
More like that. So it just depends on what part you're trying to tweak.
And yeah, you don't want to overdo it with the voltage because more voltage is more heat, which drives up the required voltage for a given frequency all by itself, right? So
it's like a feedback loop at some level.
right.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like that's often the case too with non-exotic overclocking. My experience has been typically you run into a thermal limit before you run out of voltage room or scaling.
Yeah, especially on a board with so much power delivery capability, absolutely.
All right. So Bill is currently reconfiguring BIOS. We went over some of these settings earlier, so if you're watching this as a VOD later, you'll be able to jump back, or you probably already hit it if you got this far, but for anyone who's jumped ahead, there's an explanation of all these things. It looks like you enabled LN2 mode as well.
Yes. And
So
just keep things the same. I'll just put MPS4 on just because that's what we did have.
Does that typically help with Cinebench scaling, or is it a stability choice?
It really doesn't impact Cinebench as far as I can tell. Yeah.
But if we run some other
because you
stuff,
can
it
run
might-
Expo
yeah.
or JEDEC memory, just stock memory, and it really doesn't move the needle too much.
Okay. So C states are off, just getting rid of some power save.
And I'll go back and I'll disable that memory encryption option that we disabled before. And that's really all looking.
Bill, were you overclocking pre-UEFI days?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I started overclocking basically out of necessity because I could buy a $100 CPU and turn it into a $300 CPU, right? So that's how I got started.
We saw stuff like that with even early Ryzen where like if you needed to save 60, or I guess it was typically $30 or $50 price gap between a non-X and an X part,
Sure.
and you're willing to spend a little bit of time, you could you push it to 4.0 or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the non-X versus the X, or you could get a, what do we have, 1700 and 1800. You could overclock those as well.
Right. So I want to ask, the ECC plus R disabled? Question mark.
ECC.
Did you disable ECC?
No, it's not disabled. But in case you weren't here before, whenever you're setting up your memory overclock, you want to disable ECC when you're doing your stability testing, and then when you're all stable and you've got all your settings dialed in, then go back and turn on ECC.
Yeah, I mean disable for running something like memtest.
Exactly, memtest.
Yeah.
Are one of my favorite things is Prime 95 large FFT, because you can run that in Windows, and the way that I run it is especially, on all of them, I reserve one core. So instead of letting it use all 96 cores, I'll tell it to use 95 cores. And then I'll set the large preset, and then I'll go to the custom and change the memory allocation. I'll subtract about 4 gigabytes of memory from the total that it computes, and that will help keep the system from appearing like it's been hard locked or something.
Okay.
Without that, after it runs for a little while, it tends to swap all of your applications and even sometimes drivers and stuff like that out of main memory into virtual memory, which can cause a lot of problems. You can walk up to the system and numlock and caps lock won't even toggle, the mouse won't move, and the system seems completely dead. But then if you give it 10 or 11 minutes, it'll spring back to life after you interact with it. So, and I had some of my technicians and people help me say, yeah, I reset the system because it was hung, and no, probably wasn't, but.
Right.
Okay, the Pringles are back.
All right, Pringle mode.
The Pringles are famous now.
We need the 1 bar battery. Yes.
One?
1
Oh,
bar.
really? Wow, that's cool. That's
It just jumped.
I mean, so one will last a while, but we can plug it in and do a swap.
Yeah, for like 40 minutes.
Yeah. When do you want to try and do that? Okay. This is for everyone watching the stream. This is Vitali's first time manning a stream.
Maiden voyage.
Yeah, behind the camera. So we're currently talking about some techniques for swapping a battery midstream.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
Yeah, I do it, like Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
you know,
you,
swapping
as
the
fast
same
as you
thing.
can. That's exactly how. Yep. Yeah, a couple milliseconds. Maybe we pour some LN2 on it. We can freeze it in the on state.
Yes.
There's a lot going on for streams like this, so I'm sure chat appreciates the amount. I mean, the amount that a camera and audio operator has to keep an eye on for a stream is can be overwhelming at times. So
Yeah, and then I asked Vitalii, "Oh, are you looking at the chat stream as well?" He's like, he just looks at me like, "What are you talking
Yeah,
about?"
no.
Like I don't have enough going on already.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you want me in the chat too? Like,
Okay. Let's see here. What did I do?
what, did you fix it?
Okay, so at
Well,
4.5.
Oh yeah, much
we're
better.
at 145.
Okay, so what? Yeah, so let,
4.5.
I guess we'll explain first what happened. Bill rebooted. Now the score's better. There are a few more steps in there too. A couple other steps.
You saw all that bio stuff going on.
Yeah, but the score is a lot better
Mhm.
for the frequency. So this is to just steal sort of bearded hardware's, Joe Stefanzi's phrasing, but the scoring efficiency discussion earlier.
Mhm.
It's like the clocks don't really match the score.
That's what I was doing back there. I was getting a calculator,
Okay.
and I was taking the score that he had posted earlier, dividing by the frequency to see what it should be.
Okay.
Because
cool.
Cinebench roughly scales with frequency.
Okay.
And yeah, we were like way out of the ballpark. I'm like, it should be like that.
So what did you do?
Well, okay, so when the system crashed, this all goes back to the bug I was telling you about. When this particular board crashes, I believe the embedded controller is loading some BIOS defaults or applying some kind of BIOS settings that are overriding what's in the menu. So the main thing that happened was it enabled, is it platform current control or processor current
PCC.
control? PCC,
Okay.
Mhm.
yeah. So basically what was
It's kind
happening
of like a
is-
warning before you overcurrent, and so
Okay.
it sends a signal to the part and says, "Hey, slow down. You're about to go."
So we were
overcurrent."
being throttled, yeah. So
Right.
even though I was setting 5.2, that safety mechanism was still kicking in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it'll still look like 5.2 because the
Oh,
frequency. Yeah.
Let me tell chat. Is it charging? You
I
got.
don't know.
I don't know.
He says, I don't know.
I don't know. I plugged something in.
Vitali's going to swap the battery. He's got it plugged in. The camera feed should stay up, but if it doesn't, it'll be right back. We'll keep audio though. So
Okay,
Let's
so,
Oh,
try
because
it.
the audio separate from that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
so just running it again without changing the frequency, now we're up to 148.
good job.
That breaks the epic record.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Cool.
So,
And
right.
what frequency was that? 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah. Okay, this is much better.
Okay.
Okay. We're back, baby.
So that's actually
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is interesting
Yeah.
because I wrote down the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Was that at the same? That
That was at 4.5.
So
Yeah.
you're at 4.5 now.
Yeah. And now it's 148. So
So let's strike that through. So 140. Let's make that look. I made it look more like a 9, not less. So 148.
at 4.5.
4.5.
Yep. Yeah, it's like take 2 or something.
Okay, cool. So that's a crazy increase. It does show like how this has been a lot of times my experience with XOC, all platforms. I mean, 1090DXE, I went through this. 7700K, I went through stuff like this, and
It's got 1 bar.
what? Okay.
Charged.
Well, we're looking at the battery. You can the large battery with 1 bar will live a lot longer, Vitalii, than the small battery with 1 bar. So if you swap the one you had back in, and then keep the charger plugged in.
If anyone has Amazon Prime now,
Yeah. And when you say now, you mean like immediately. Yeah.
Amazon Prime stat.
All right. People are excited about the score going up.
Okay.
People are excited. Think about us, man.
Yeah, so
I mean,
Vitalii
it was educational.
swap
Yeah,
back to a large
yes.
battery. One
To the large one?
one bar on the large one is a lot more than one bar small.
Wait, how does that work?
It's just a percentage of total capacity, right? So yeah. And then you have an extension cable for that?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, sweet. And then you should get a charge icon on there. It's going pretty well for a stream, I think. This is for Vitalii on the camera. So this is very important stream management experience. The best one was when, I always like bringing this story up, we were doing an 8-hour live stream
8 hour.
at EVGA. It was against Jay's 2 Cents and Vince. Kingpin was there. And probably both of you know Vince. So,
Sure.
so it wasn't supposed to go that long. Jay really wanted to beat my score. so we did 8
You had
hours.
the bug.
And
I've had that.
and the battery was about to die. We didn't have the charger with us, and so someone on EVGA's repair floor spliced together some other barrel plug adapter into a same spec brick,
Okay.
and we were able to keep the stream going. It was awesome. I wish I knew that guy's name who did it because it was cool.
That's a real MacGyvering.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Okay, wait. What do you?
4.875 got us to 161 or so, 160.
4.875.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I'm just working my way up to 5, so we're at 5 now. But yeah, 4.875. So I think that was the frequency, or maybe 4.85 that we got away with actually on water cooler. So
So 161K, is that what you said?
Yeah.
yeah, so now we're at 5 gigahertz.
So against baseline of 115, you've increased the score by 40%, which is a lot considering it's the same CPU. So
All right, well, let's see. Let me try it again. So that was 162. I'm gonna run it again and see if I can get a little better.
Is this 5 gig?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. That was not
you got
good.
a
Yeah, and
battery icon.
you will see some variation
Charge
from
it.
run to run.
Yeah.
Because if it's not connected, it will show the battery.
Mm.
64.
164.
All right.
Nice. So what
Okay.
was your most recent that you just?
164 at 5 gig.
164.
Okay.
So hold on, let's see what this gets. Okay, yeah, we'll go with 164.
Okay.
So
I do like that the score is high enough here that truncating 3 digits off the number doesn't really matter.
Yeah, what's 1,000 points?
Yeah.
It's a good place to be. Okay, I'm gonna just do 5100.
That's what you're talking about. How much you step it up, right?
Yeah.
100
This is
megahertz.
the real answer. I don't know if you this is a really good question. I don't know if we want to save this for later or not, but asking about how this can help future designs, like overclocking in general, I guess, or XOC for you guys.
Yeah, we talked about this. So, if you think back, when Zen 1 first came out, basically games were optimized for 4 cores,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
Zen 1 came out, had 8 cores, and some games didn't scale with that. It didn't really help, but over time they did. So Threadripper, remember with the 2 CCDs and the 16 cores,
Yeah.
had similar challenges, and so we had to work with window scheduling. We had to start using the preferred core, all that kind of stuff, and all of it, comes out from pushing the design, right? So the Threadripper stuff made it into client desktop, and now client scales fine with 16 cores.
Is there sort of like are you able to take results from overclocking like XOC and use it as a valid, because I'm assuming AMD probably runs some kind of simulations on expectations of performance at a given frequency. So is it useful for validating that,
Yeah,
like a theoretical versus a real?
It helps us build out the curves,
Okay.
right? Because a lot of times, our curves are for the part that part of the process that TSMC expects us to run in,
Mhm.
and beyond that, we kind of have to guess.
Okay.
But as when we're able to push the parts and actually get data from those extremes, we can get more accuracy to those curves.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And then once you have the more accurate models, then you can feed that into the next design, and you can maybe get a little more performance out of that.
Okay.
Because now you're not guessing on what the behavior is. You have a better idea of what it really is.
Right. Yeah. So, and this is, I don't know if are either of you familiar with TIN, formerly EVGA. He's like a PCB wizard.
Yes.
Like, he's a brilliant engineer, but he was in one of our videos a long time ago. Anyone searches the channel for like EVGA, I don't know, XOC lab or something. But he talked about how, first and foremost, it was fun for them to do XOC, but secondarily, it did actually help them for kind of troubleshooting and validating designs.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Like for example, PBO.
Yeah.
Right. So PBO used to be what we would do manually.
Okay.
Right. So we would go in, change the power limits. And then we said, hey, why don't we just make a one-button thing?
Try and
users can
distill it into a formula of some kind.
Yep. And so it goes from being something more exotic to something that's accessible to more people.
Right. Yeah. So that's
PBO came out of that. Expo came out of that.
Okay.
Right. Expo again. Sometimes you could use XMP. Sometimes you couldn't.
Well,
right?
Expo.
So, yeah.
Bill, you. I don't know. It might have been you who described Expo to me as this, but someone from AMD said Expo is Bill's baby.
Oh. And then, yeah.
Oh man.
I know that was a project you worked on. Very
I mean, I couldn't have done it without the support from everybody else.
No, there's a lot of people.
I mean, it
the
took
Shanghai team, the Taiwan
firmware,
team.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem was they weren't signed up to necessarily test and optimize it, and that's where I came in. So, of course, Grant Lee, who's on our overclocking team, he's the one that actually wrote down the spec after we took feedback from XOC and OC community and from the motherboard ODMs and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, so like we did in Exos, in memory overclocking, made its way into the Expo spec. Like what voltages need to be part of it, what settings, what timings are important.
Which helping answer some of the what's the point to all this, right? Like, so what do you have for a score? I see a large number, and large numbers are in fact better.
Bigger number, better bar.
That is correct.
Bigger bar.
So what's
okay? 173K.
Yeah.
173. Okay.
At 5.3.
Wow, it's 5.3. All right, cool. That seems good. I mean, the scaling looks a lot better than earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that was definitely from the platform current control.
Yes,
limit.
PCC.
That's good.
Yeah.
And that's where, this is where I like working with someone, so like you guys or like Joe Stefanzi, someone who's got experience with it, because normally I just get stuck at that point. There's too many options to guess and check.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah. So the key there was, when we were watching it, the frequency was good, but the score was bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's one of the
So that points you to a couple
that's
things.
what I was talking to Bill. I'm like, it's either PCC or EDC. So those are both mechanisms, actually pointing more to PCC, where PCC, what it does is when it senses you're starting to go over current, it basically tells, it lowers the IPC of the part, and without lowering the frequency.
Yeah.
So,
Ice Hot in chat, which is actually an extremely fitting name for a liquid nitrogen stream, says, I'd have to say, great guests. So.
Thank you.
I mean, it is, the information is really good. This is the kind of stuff that's, like I said earlier, it's kind of hard to dig for. So let's see, at 173, I don't know, have you beaten that score already, Bill?
About to.
About two.
Okay. So that would be a 50%-ish increase over your baseline.
Yeah, I'm trying to get at least 50%.
Well, you are there. So
Okay, you said these
I'm
have.
just going to change that every time I give you a percentage.
All right.
Oh, you need more?
No, these.
Oh, yeah, I've been hoarding them over here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's good. It's good. How's this one,
Okay,
Bill?
we're at 5.4. It's 175.
175, 54.
Can you throw those caps on those though? Here.
I can wipe
they
some
are.
of the ice off of
Oh, they're
these.
there.
There you go.
Are they?
Thank you, Steve. That would be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Let me grab this.
Oh, yeah. Actually, those looks pretty cool. I don't know if that'll show up, but can you kind of see the crystals that are forming on the top of the thermos? I don't know if that's showing up. It's kind of cool.
At the
And all that's forming inside the thermos too.
yeah. So the cost some nitrogen here. I'm gonna pour this one out. Just it's a lot of water fell in, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I have learned pouring too much on one carpet tile will teach me how to re-glue my carpet tile. So we'll distribute it a little bit here.
So Amit,
Yeah.
maybe at that hotel, their fears were not unfounded, huh?
Right.
They made us have a plastic rubber mat underneath the tank and wherever we were pouring at one of the venues. Yeah.
We've had all kinds of different restrictions. Can't be inside.
Well,
can't be-
torches are probably a common one.
Yeah. Torches, a no-no, pretty much almost everywhere. So.
Hence the hair dryer, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I knew you'd have a torch, so I didn't bring my heat gun. But
Right.
normally I'll have a heat gun in place of the torch.
In one of the hotels, their issue was their smoke detection system. It was an optical system,
Oh, yeah.
and so they were worried that the vapor
Yeah.
could be interpreted as
I'm
smoke.
sure the guests would love that. That'd be a fun one for the hotel to explain.
Yep. One hotel, we won't say who it is, but they actually turned off their fire alarm system while we were doing XOC.
They certainly offered to, but I don't know if that ever got approved. But whenever they said that, I was like, this doesn't sound like a great idea. But
No, they were like, oh, no, don't worry. Yeah.
the fire marshal was there. Don't worry, okay? That's
Oh
what I can
yeah,
say.
that happened at a conference we went to. We had to fund the fire marshal sitting
Yeah.
there and,
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
overseeing the whole thing.
Fair
That's happened a
enough, I
few
guess.
times, yeah.
Let me get a cap for the. Oh no. I
Oh,
have it
whoa.
over here.
178?
178 so far.
Oh, we're getting in
Nice.
range.
Good
So-
answer. Yeah. So
Well,
what is the frequency for that one? 178.
5575.
No, 5.5.
55.
Okay.
0.5.
It's a lot of scaling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
It's-
even closing Ryzen Master either, so that's
Do you,
costing us about 10 points.
Okay. Is it really just that?
10 points.
Is it really 10?
Yeah, probably more. It's not that like Ryzen Master is all busy and stuff. It's just context switching a thread
Right.
out of Cinebench. It's costly. Okay, so we're at 176, and I went up to 5.525.
25
So
minutes. Oh, are we getting
you're
close, do you
about-
think, to?
You're about the same. You're
Yeah.
roughly with an error of the
yeah,
last
yeah,
one.
for sure. All right, we'll go up 50 megahertz and hopefully get a bigger jump. And I'll close Ryzen Master, and then we'll make sure we're cool because we're getting to that point.
Okay, do you need me to hold it at a temp, or?
No.
No, we're good?
Now, if you want to, yes.
Amit
I
always
wouldn't.
has the greatest T-shirts. Someone in chat says.
Oh, here. Oh, yeah, so this is cool. So this is the new Threadripper T-shirt. They've been all internal. Yeah, I won't say how it was generated, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a big hit with the press and with the vendors even. But so one of the things we have to do is coordinate what we're wearing, right? 'Cause so I actually contacted Bill this morning. Which one are you wearing? Because let's see what I brought. Let's see.
He'll be back with something, I guess.
Okay, so at 5.575, I never really adjusted the voltage during that whole time. I took it up like 10 millivolts.
Okay.
So we finally got to the point where Cinebench had like an app crash,
Okay.
which
Oh.
is, means that I was too fast or didn't have enough voltage, but it wasn't enough to completely, hose Windows and have a blue screen.
Right.
So,
We fell below that VF curve.
Okay.
yeah. And Cinebench knew it, got a bad answer.
Oh,
and,
this whole time we've been at 1.3?
No, I was at 1.275
Wow.
for the most of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know when you started that voltage?
I just now went to 1.3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole time was 1.275.
Okay.
I might have gone up to 1.285 on that last run.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew I was close. So now I'll just go to 1.3. And again, I don't know if we tied this together in the final version of Ryzen Master or not, but we requested that we do. So again, we have 2 voltage controllers for the cores. And if you're doing an all-core overclock like this, you want to keep them in sync, generally. Okay, so now we're at 5.575. We'll try that again.
I'll briefly answer this too. Someone asked, is that a block of ice he's pouring the nitrogen into? So it is now, but it started as something similar to this. What pot are you actually running on that?
It's Elmore Labs Volcano X.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those
Brand new.
in person. Yeah.
It is awesome.
Oh.
So Oh, froze.
Oh, did it? Okay. Yeah. Not this kind of freeze, but
Yeah.
Got
So
it.
basically a giant
Yeah,
copper
yeah,
block that he's pouring into.
So now, do we got to redo the BIOS stuff?
yeah,
think?
but I'm prepared for it this time.
Something like that. Think of it as a heat sink, but for liquid nitrogen. So it helps spread. One of the, I don't know, call it a spec maybe, but one of the key specs of Allen Two Pots, as I understand it, is sort of the speed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think
they're
That's a
they're
function.
fast and they're slow pots.
Mm.
You know, it has to do with how much mass they have.
And
Yeah.
surface area, both. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's times where you want one or the other, right? Depending on what you're doing, right?
yeah,
And especially if you have like a bad cold boot bug or something, a slow pot is bad because you got to add a lot of heat
that makes sense.
to
Okay.
get it to heat up. Where a fast pot you can, but it's harder to maintain with a fast pot.
Yeah.
You know, so
That was one of my favorite interviews I ever did. This was the XOC lab that Vince is at, and so he was talking about how one of his key tricks to getting like world records back in the day was he moved to a bunch of really small Allen Two Pots for the GPUs, and it was a lot more management.
Mhm.
But I forget what generation it was. Something that was like highly temperature sensitive,
Yeah.
so you need that fast reaction.
Yeah.
yeah.
So for debug back in the lab, whenever we're doing all this stuff and I'm not having fun with Cinebench, but we're actually developing the features and working on all this stuff, a lot of times that is my preference to use a fast pot
Okay.
because I might temperature cycle a system in a day, I mean dozens of times, from ambient back down to negative 190. In fact, I think I've done over 100 cycles in one day before when I would,
Yeah.
someone
Well,
challenged
the diaper's
me.
the key.
Right,
Without-
yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
back to
seriously,
that,
yeah.
yeah, that's the whole
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
right? A lot of people,
How does the paste do with that? I mean, doesn't matter because
No.
it just
Yeah.
liquefies.
Yeah, we
when
don't
you heat it
repaste.
up and-
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't had any problems with that. I mean, only very rarely and occasionally. But
What are you using normally for paste?
I was using that Smurf blue stuff that Splave sent me. I think he tried to sabotage me. I don't know, but it's been working. Now it's all dried out. I'm almost done with it, and it's dried out. And
Yeah.
you saw I need to get some new thermal compound. So
Yeah.
Splave, if you're listening, send me some of that bubble gum stuff.
All right. Okay, so yeah, the T-shirt. So this is what I ended up wearing. This is
Okay.
Threadripper. So
Yeah.
here's the other ones I brought. So this is
Oh,
the
Phoenix? Okay.
Phoenix one.
Yeah.
So this is our laptop chip, and
Yeah.
we're coming out with the AM5 version of that. So there's that. It's, all
It's on the
performance, no ashes.
Okay.
So, yeah. And we put little stuff on the side. We have the AMD Yes.
Oh, you guys, you last time you guys had the story on stream about. Was it like Lisa asked something about the shirts? or
Yes.
something?
Yes,
What was
yes.
that again? Lisa Sue, obviously.
She
talked
said-
about it.
Something to the effect of, "You guys sure make a lot of shirts." So,
How much money am I spending?
That was kind of maybe the implied.
so the next shirt, in very tiny print, it said, "We overclock for the T-shirts,"
Okay.
and she liked that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so this one you're wearing? Oh no! Oh, you switched. This
Oh,
is,
no,
This was
yeah.
his backup.
Yeah.
So
This one I
that was my
like. I've
backup,
seen
yeah.
this is a
one
nice one.
before.
So this one's
Yeah.
cool because it's got the torch and the cold.
Yeah.
I
like
kind of.
that.
You need both sides, and it says what's on the back. Liquid
Liquid
nitrogen
nitrogen runs in our veins.
So this one, we kind of only gave out to the OC team,
Mm.
right? This is not one that we gave out
Yeah,
too
Not
too
too widely.
too widely. This one's kind of special to us.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
That's
cool.
probably my favorite
Yeah.
of the overclocking ones.
Now a lot of people, this is their favorite.
Yeah.
So this is the I'm not saying it's turtles,
no,
themed,
yeah,
but
no, definitely not.
but there's a Raphael AM5
Yeah.
with the new heat spreader,
Right.
and then on the back,
Raphael, of course, the famous.
turtle.
Uh,
Oh, painter. Yeah.
Painter.
Painter.
That's right.
Painter.
Yes.
Cowabunga.
Island
And Cowabunga was Raphael the painter's catchphrase. I don't know if most people know about that. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there's another shirt that we've got.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you want to come over here? Let's see that shirt.
We have a model here with.
Bill's brought his kid Oliver along.
Hey, this is the We Overclock for T-shirts. Come on in here.
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, there
it
it is. There it is.
Yeah. So The other funny thing too is the shirt before this was for a product called Raven Ridge. And in the lab, Raven Ridge was so much fun to deal with that we called it Grackle Ridge. Okay, so when we made our overclocking t-shirt, it is not a raven, it is a grackle silhouette on that shirt. So this is the Picasso shirt. So when we got to Picasso, we thought, wow, yeah, here's the real raven. So we put a real raven on there. So,
And who is this, Bill?
this is my son. So this is my oldest son, Oliver. I've got 3. So he's the next overclocker in line.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
You're learning. Yeah. Yeah.
thanks, Ollie.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got the live stream debut. So what's the plan on? You're at 178K last I recorded, which is
Yeah.
a great result.
So what
far.
was my world record today? I don't remember.
186.
Okay, so we got some work to do, I guess.
I think we need some voltage. Maybe?
But actually, what about switching over to our 2024? You want to check that out?
Sure.
Yeah.
So
24.
now
I haven't used that much yet.
Yeah, it's interesting.
it's going to take me a minute. I'm going to do the thing again.
CC sent. It says, YouTube now tells us this. I didn't know this. Let's celebrate their 20th super chat on a live stream. So CC sent one in and said, I think there's an ice cube in that loop, which is actually an ancient meme reference. I'm curious how many of the current audience even knows this one. So CC, thank you for sticking around for so long. There was I think I was, CC can probably remind me here, but I think I was overclocking a NUC, like an Intel NUC, or
Okay.
maybe it was HEDT at that point. But anyway, I was like desperate to try and increase the clock, so I was temperature limited, and it was on a water cooling loop, and chat was nonstop insisting that I put an ice cube in the loop to help with the temperatures.
And how'd that help?
Well, an ice cube in a relatively large amount of water with a lot of heat,
You would have been better off just throwing the radiator into an ice bucket.
which is what we ended up doing.
Okay, yes, perfect.
Yeah. Took me probably another year to get to that stage. And then we advanced it by throwing salt in the bucket too.
Oh, I see.
So it reduced
Yeah.
You get like
You're
another,
making ice cream.
yeah, get another 8 degrees out of that, I think. Oh, it was the 10980XE. Thank you. Crackling Ice reminded me. That was the one.
9.
Or Devil's Canyon, yeah, one of those two. That's going way back. For whatever reason, maybe this will happen to this stream too. For whatever reason, our 8086K, like the 8700K kind of special refresh they did, we did the overclocking that to 5 gigahertz. YouTube does this weird thing with streams where it keeps serving them over time, even as they're, relatively old. And that video is like some stupid amount of views now.
Because it just keeps showing up in people's.
Yeah, I don't think that many people are trying to overclock an 8086K to 5 gigahertz, but maybe you see that with the Ryzen stuff too.
Okay, let's
So
see.
you're resetting BIOS?
Yeah, and I'm not, just to be on the safe side, I'm not doing profiles. I know
Okay.
somebody's probably thinking that.
Yeah, I was going to ask that
Yeah.
actually. So, because obviously you could save all this to a profile. Is this in the overclocking superstition territory?
It's just I don't have confidence in this BIOS with the weird behavior that EC is doing. So, and this is all problems that I've talked to ASRock about, and this won't affect a normal system. And but hopefully Splave gets to deal with this. That's what I hope.
Is that the new 7980XE, which is another ancient meme? You could, in a sense, you could say that it is the new 7980XE. So the 7995WX.
Okay, so we checked. The R24 record is 8,022.
Who got that?
Some guy. What's one of us?
Was it?
Not us.
What was the score?
8,022.
Okay.
So I think the previous record was like 6,600 or something.
Doesn't
Yeah.
R24 now, does it do full system? Or does it do GPU also?
No, it's full system, but it uses a lot more memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't really used it much yet.
But it does scale with CPUs too.
Oh, it does. Yeah. So, Yeah.
Yeah, 6159 was the previous record.
Yeah. So I went all past all the 7 straight to 8. So
I was checking on our AMD chat. A lot of people are watching AMD. So
Oh, nice.
hey, everyone at AMD, thanks for supporting us. I know it's a long process, and we got offers to get help with the GMI cold issues.
Nice.
So
Oh, nice. Excellent.
that's awesome. So we will definitely take you up on that.
And we were kind of talking about this with the, while Bill's getting reset here. Anyone who missed it earlier, this is a, let me get OBS open so I can see what I'm showing. I'll lower this. So this is a chip CPU that's got some polish to it, and you can see some of the, basically the very macro level, what it looks like underneath. Now, one of the things we were talking about, though, is that these projects are getting so complex at this point that people within AMD, they might be working on like one really zoomed in aspect and not actually get the privilege to see the whole thing, until much later.
Yeah, to even see it, you're like,
Right.
oh, there's the chip.
Yeah.
You work on you get because I mean it's so complex when you work on your block. You have to really live in that, right?
I guess there must be awareness of what, like, who your neighbors are, effectively.
Yeah, your interfaces. Yeah, so basically your internals and then your interfaces. But then beyond that,
And so then, I guess as other teams are working on the neighboring components, are you in regular communication with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we build models where we maybe put 2 components together and we work our way up. But
Okay, right.
as you add more complexity, simulation time get longer, and so it's you want to run as many simulations as you can at the smallest
Right.
level, but then it exposes you to issues when you put the whole thing together.
Yeah.
It's the only way. I mean, it's the only way you can get it done. So, and then we get silicon to hammer out those.
I'm assuming the
complex
machines handling the simulations are very large and complicated.
Yeah, actually, you know what was a game changer for us was the X3D.
Oh,
So-
really?
So for VCS, which
Ah.
is our main simulation engine, I think we got an 80% speed up
With X3D?
with X3D.
That's cool.
So
Okay.
so imagine like, let's say compute time is what determines when your next product comes out.
Right.
If you can cut that in half
Yeah.
with X3D, like now your design cycle.
Or even if
is-
you use the same time budget for your cycle, you have more time to work on.
Yeah, you can get more simulations in or
Right,
whatever.
Debug,
I mean,
whatever, yeah.
yeah, I mean like we normally kill for 5-10%. We got 80% just by going to
That's
X3D.
cool.
So
Yeah.
so in gaming, it was kind of mixed from nothing to 40-50, right?
Right, yeah.
But for VCS, which is the majority of what we run, it was 80%.
That's cool.
So
So you're running 2024 now, Cinebench.
yeah. So I'll just kind of walk us up a little bit. So I'll start at 4 gig,
Okay.
and we'll see what we get with that.
it looks different. See, it's got the big squares now.
Yeah.
It looks different.
And
So
it
Does it take longer?
yeah,
It does.
So that should help soak some of the change over the runtime. I'm guessing it also gets into territory where it's harder to manage the LN2 pot.
it is. Yeah, definitely.
let's see.
You have a temperature you're trying to hold now for the pot temperature?
I can get away with a lot here because I'm only at 4 gigahertz. So
Yeah. So your record with liquid cooling was 4.825.
4.825. Okay.
So we just got to beat that.
Let's see.
Oh, that's right. I
what-
didn't do LN2 on
No.
this, did I? Oh.
I'll get a couple super chats while that runs. So we had, I can answer this question. Super Google Lee sent in HKD 158. Thank you for that, for the support. Asked, would a Threadripper CPU improve my frame rate in games over my 7950X 3D and RTX 4090? If you're on a 7950X 3D, like, you're fine for a while. Like possibly a couple generations if you want to keep riding it out. But generally speaking, Threadripper, at least the classes we tested, so 64 core, 32 core, we did in our review earlier today. Those, you don't buy them for only gaming, and the frame rate will be lower than a mainstream desktop
I know,
part.
I know.
So where
I
it might
didn't
start
catch
to
it.
make sense is, we're talking about level 1
but
text
yeah.
earlier, might start to make sense if you're going to do gaming while, say, rendering a video in the background or whatever. But it would not be a gaming-only CPU. Next one is from, let's see. What is, we got one from GMU Alum08, sent $10. Thank you for that. Said, been too long since the last live stream. I agree. And is there any upcoming tech you're excited about? Honestly, I'm most interested in getting into cases right now because we slowed down the case reviews. A lot has happened and made the market really cool. That's because we're totally revamping our test bench for cases. So we were running on a 6700K overclock and like a 1080 overclock for a fixed heat load and a case. And the trigger point for updating it was all the flow-through design and GPU coolers now.
Wait, so that's still what you were using?
Yeah. And it's great. I mean, if, you know, you want a heat load and it's reliable, you know how many watts it is, and
Yeah, that's all you care about.
You got 400 rows of data. It's kind of hard to let it go. So, yeah, so we're finally. That's what I'm excited
So you're
about.
moving to something else that generates a lot of heat?
Yeah,
Yeah.
40 series, and then I think we did a 13600K with an overclock on it, and then the flow-through GPUs, you know, where it pushes through the edge instead of having a backplate over there. But we've seen really interesting results where those they cool a lot better most of the time, but they'll heat up the CPU if you have like a tower cooler there. So you get, at one of our tests, we had an extra 5 degrees on the CPU flow-through versus taping over the flow-through, which changes the case review dynamic a lot. So that's my answer to that one. What are you running now?
Okay, so it did complete that pass. I believe it was 7302, I believe.
7302.
At 4 gig.
4 gig, 7302.
But now
okay.
That seems...
That was just
Seems
4
to be a little
gigahertz?
slow now, though. Like it's going slower now.
I think it must have been more than 4 gig because must have been like 4.5.
I'll put a question mark. 7302.
I don't think so.
So the scores have kind of reset here because Bill has moved over to a new version of Cinebench. So these numbers are going to be a lot lower than the previous, but that's normal. Okay. I'm waiting for
PBO.
question.
Okay, I didn't catch that. So we're being throttled by PCC again. So this will be fixed in this BIOS on the next revision, but we have to deal with it right now. In fact, he sent me a BIOS that solves this particular issue, but then it has another limitation that's kind of a deal breaker as far as HPET goes, like we talked about earlier. So that's why I went back to this one. But yeah, they're aware.
Someone asked, let's see, David Simon asked, what's the highest frequency you believe you will reach? Or I'll add to that, but what's the highest frequency you've actually reached up until this point?
Running a workload.
Let's say like on the 96 core.
Right around 5.7.
Okay, yeah.
Now, if you run one thread, you can get higher.
Yeah, and that's probably worth a brief mention too, but stuff like if you want to just validate CPZ validation, my understanding is it's easier to get that number a lot higher.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Is that just because it's kind of an instantaneous thing as opposed to...
Two things. One is how much the voltage droops while you're running workloads. Because if you think about it, the voltage is coming in from the VRM, but by the time it gets to the actual circuits, it's going through a fair amount of inductance, capacitance, everything, right? So with only one core going, there's less of a delta from what you set. And the other thing is the heat.
That makes sense, yeah.
So
And you'll notice it has an option for extreme overclocking, right, that you can tick, and it makes the test even lighter for doing the frequency verification. So,
do you ever do just like on something ridiculous like this? Do you do a single core super high OC?
Yeah, we had a challenge from Joe Macri.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it was kind of a threat, but
What's his? So I know who he is. What's his specialty or his focus at AMD?
oh, I mean he's a client CTO, right? So he's in charge of all things client and corporate fellow as well. So he's in graphics. He's the memory expert for the company. He's,
Okay.
Kind of jack of all trades, but
Right.
he definitely wants to push everything to the extreme. So
yeah, he's been very supportive of what we do. So
Yeah.
Some more nitrogen. Well, yeah, that goes back to when I started learning liquid nitrogen, as I said earlier, Joe Stepanzi was teaching me.
oh man, there's your first mistake.
And excellent overclock for anyone who doesn't know. I really need to get him up here. He's a lot of fun to host with. But he's also like chaotic with how he manages some of the benches sometimes, and it works great. And a lot of the, like when we get into GPU plus CPU, he's really fun to host with. But also, what I was getting to is he urgently needed some liquid nitrogen to sustain in, I think it was Time Spy Extreme. And,
which is long, very long running.
Yeah, very long test. Yeah. And so I did that, poured a bunch on the floor, and he said, "Bro, I need it in the pot, not on the floor." So, I've never lost the habit.
You remember I was at Computex and he was hosting overclocking competition.
Yeah.
Over there, and
he hosts the G-Skill one a lot.
Yes,
yeah.
there was the G-Skill one. So that is a show.
Yeah.
If you're in Taiwan for Computex, I would go.
Yeah, Roman's been there. Elmore is often there. A lot of the XOC crew.
Okay, so we think
So what are you running?
I didn't set all the settings, and I wanted to see what we would get. So let's see. Run R23 real quick, because I do believe I'm gonna have to go and turn off the that PCC option. So, but let's see.
by clearing CMOS or by is there?
I just go and set it. I'm everything's defaulted at the moment.
Okay.
Got a good question. So super chat for $2 came in. Thank you for that. From Martin, I'm gonna go with Bartosevich. Says, does humidity matter for liquid nitrogen and XOC?
Yes.
Yes, big time.
Yeah.
So I live in Colorado, which has basically zero humidity, and there I can XOC forever without a lot of buildup. Now that Threadripper thing we did, we were in LA and we were outdoors.
Okay,
and
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that one we were really struggling with the buildup.
Taiwan must be challenging.
Taiwan is challenging.
Yeah.
My, Anil in India, he was doing it in Bombay, in Mumbai, right? And there,
It's high humidity.
it's just
okay.
yeah, it's
So
super
the
high humidity.
problem, I guess, is more buildup of condensation.
Yep.
Yeah.
It,
So, I mean, I don't know if you can see in here, but I mean, there's a lot of ice inside here. And if I didn't have all this wrapped, the whole thing would be ice. So, you know, when they were asking earlier about the diaper situation, this this config, I can use this on the bench at work for 8-hour day, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. We're getting some learning on the fly here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing, you don't have to take it off the tripod here. Try this. Try rotating the rails a little bit. I don't know if the cables will allow you, but we're doing some trying to show Vitalii some tricks with
some
the
new
rails.
techniques.
Yep.
Yeah, that works.
I'm probably blasting this fan into my mic. Sorry. So yeah, you can see in here all the ice buildup in the pot. So that's kind of what Bill's been talking about. That's a good
And
shot. That's clean. Yeah, nice.
For people that don't know, the fan, you know, it's blowing up. So the whole purpose of that is if I didn't have the fan, when I pour liquid nitrogen in here, it's just gonna, that vapor spills all over the board and the whole board would be an ice cube by now. So that gets all that cold nitrogen out of here.
What frequency is that? That looks good.
Something low. Let's see.
You back to 23? Is that just for validation?
Yeah, he's wanting to make sure that PBO wasn't getting in the way or the
Yeah.
PCC. No, that looks right.
Yeah, let me try this, and if this scales, then
Then let's do
we'll
R24.
go 24 again.
Love it.
That was a good shot. Vitalii angle worked well.
The previous one wasn't, so.
Live camera works a lot different. Also, our gear is a lot different.
You want
Mess
perfect.
it up,
Let's do
mess
it.
it up.
Let's do it. We should
There's no fixing.
Okay.
Do
Did
you-
you
do you-
refill LN2?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you got a lot of them.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, and that's gonna get a little colder.
You back to 24 now? Okay.
Yeah, let's give that a
Yes. This could be it.
try. Okay, so I'm not even cranked up. We'll do now. Let's do 5. And that
Yeah,
should be
5 should do
pretty
it because you were at 4875 before.
Bill muted.
Oh, Bill's
Oh.
muted.
Thanks, Vitalii.
Okay. Okay, so if the system is happy, this should beat the current world record for this bench.
Looks so different, huh, with these big squares.
Yeah,
I
Wow.
got used to like,
It is heating up.
a million
oh yeah, yeah,
tiles.
oh yeah,
So when you say heating up, what are, because they
So-
can't see the temperature, so.
oh yeah.
Okay, so sorry. When we started the run, we were at minus 105, and we saw those two squares. I looked again; it was already at minus 95, so it
That's
heated
a
up 10
Big
C.
increase,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we're trying to keep it like around minus 105, minus 110. If we get closer to minus 120 is where we might hit that cold boot, that cold
Okay.
bug.
Yeah, so it's kind of,
Okay, let it go for a second so they can see how fast it heats back up. Okay, so
so still dropping. And
we
it's-
got to 101 almost. Now we're gonna head back the other way
Yeah,
because we're dissipating about 700 watts on average right now.
You see how it's speeding up?
that's
Yeah.
actually,
Look at that.
that's changing really fast.
Yeah, is
now.
that nuts? Right? Like if you don't pay attention, all of a sudden you're too hot for the.
Yeah, you just
For the
climbed like
frequency,
5
yeah.
degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest challenge about this new platform with this many cores,
Uh-huh.
is managing.
Creeps up on you, I
Yeah,
guess.
it
Yeah.
can- if
Well, you don't pay attention. You lose your attention for a few moments, and all of a sudden, because I looked, it was like in the 80s.
Oh, it was like a pendulum a little bit because
Okay.
it.
Oh.
That's not right. Maybe
Score's too
PCC
low.
still is enabled somehow. Let's go and make sure.
Okay.
And this will give us a chance to reboot cold again.
Let's see. Let's shout out a couple store orders for a second. So we had one from Alexander in Illinois. Bought a. I'm always happy when I can identify the 2 letters as the actual state
I
and
help.
not mess it up. Or now I'm like really nervous. I'm not gonna.
In Illinois, Indiana.
Yeah. So I bought a GN15 mod mat. Thank you for that, and a teardown toolkit. Thank you, Alexander. We got an order from Jarrett as well, and ordered a black and red mouse mat, which we have on the store. The tools, I haven't seen a good amount of these are for teardown toolkits and the mod mats. The tools are 10% off on the store right now. And you can go to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one of those, or something like our solder and project mats, which we have been using heavily for not just the soldering, but also we did a couple of our, we use a lot of glue around here. Did some gluing projects on them.
What?
Thermocouples.
Thermocouples.
Yeah, it's like the normal stuff people glue. Yeah. Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
Checking some. Yeah, a couple comments about the temperature climb, acknowledging that it is quick. That's what I was saying. Is it's like, because when you first stop pouring,
It kind of, yeah.
it's deceptive because
It evened out and then
yeah.
started going the other way. It was cranking.
I keep having the urge to crack my knuckles again, like I did that one time, and I've stopped myself
Really?
a couple of times. I got one pop in a little while ago, and I was like, oh no.
I did one too. Yeah. And I'm like, oh.
Crunch.
This is what chat does to people.
Actually, after we did this last time, we sat there for 3 hours watching the whole thing right after, like, reading all the comments. And everything,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, in the last stream, Bill had I remember chat was impressed with the monster knuckle crack you
I mean,
had.
I can probably do it right now.
Oh,
Do it? Oh, no, that was only like 3. Yeah, the last time it was like, yeah.
I just want to say I don't want to be responsible if you injure yourself doing a monster knuckle crack like that.
You're not liable. Don't worry.
So what's the, did you get your, I keep forgetting the name of that setting,
PCC.
PCC.
Yeah.
So did you get that sorted out?
Yes.
And the state you want is disabled? for that?
Disabled.
Disabled, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is
I mean,
one of those
maybe
things. I mean, that's in normal operation. You don't get anywhere near PCC.
Yeah.
So it's only when you're in this sort of benching that you
All right.
it doesn't matters. Uh-oh.
All the chats. Crunch. That's the part I love about chat. The reactions and stuff like that.
Okay, what's going on with Poovy Farms? I've spilled so much beer on my GN mouse mat. I watched it like 6 times in the shower. It's sprung back every time. Good quality pie. I mean, that's
Good.
I'm
an
glad.
endorsement, I guess.
Yeah. We did not test it
Here.
quite that way, but I'm glad it's working out.
But what are you doing that you're spilling so much beer on your mouse mat?
Thank you for buying one, though. And also, genuinely, I mean, like, people ask us all the time about cleaning them, so it's good to know that, yeah,
Throw it in
you
the-
can give it
Take
a
it with you in
shower.
the shower, yeah.
It's good to go. John Wilson sent in $50, which apparently is the first super on a live stream. Again, that's a new feature to me. Said, I love you nerds. Good luck hitting the record. Thank you, and also thank you for the support. So, Bill, you were, when we last checked in, you're 24. Actually, I'll just recap everyone on what we have so far, just for anyone who's joined later, jumped in and out. So, how visible is that, Vitalii?
It's great.
Good? All right.
I'm tight on it.
Nice.
There
So,
we go.
I'll give you the table layout. Water, liquid nitrogen, very complicated. So on the water bench, we have I keep wanting to call it an X73, but it's a Kraken 360. So that was running just liquid cooling 360 CLC, 115K stock for Cinebench 2023. They enabled PBO at one point, got a 140K result. So that gives you kind of an idea for range within maybe a normal kind of like basic OC use case. And then LN2 had another baseline of 115K, but this one was really interesting because Bill ran 4.5 twice, and this is where we're talking about that PCC setting and some other settings that got reset. So the first run at 4.5 all-core was 115,000 points. It got run again later, and we didn't end up running that one, so it was 148. So big increase. That was from toggling some settings in BIOS. Later, there was we did a 161K, and that was he had it at 4.875 for the frequency, 4.875 gigahertz. And there was a 164K at 5.0. So you start to see that kind of asymptote of the line, depending on how much the frequency bump is. And then most recently, a 178K result at 5.5, and that was for Cinebench 2023. R24, I only have one run I logged. That was at 7302 points. Wasn't 100% sure on the frequency. It was either 4.0 or 4.5.
I think it must have been 4.5.
Okay. So that gets everyone up to speed.
Although there's late-breaking news on R24. It looks like other people are also posting records.
That's cool.
He's in the chat? Oh. So this is, what was the name? It was Dog?
Dog face.
Dog Face. Yeah, Dog Face is in the chat.
Posting 2024?
Posting records.
Cool. What's the CPU?
It's the
95?
96 core.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, 7995WX.
Yes.
So is that someone, I guess, because a couple of overclockers have CPUs, right? So
I'd say that it was a bit confusing on when they could release scores and stuff because of the way that the embargo stuff was segmented. So yeah, I kind of figured that there would be some scores posted.
Yeah,
so.
right.
Yeah, we asked people to wait for the live stream.
Okay, yeah. What how far ahead of launch do you normally have scores that you're planning to publish?
Oh, like,
Because you have to sit on them until the product is
Yeah.
kind of announced and out there.
no, we went to Taiwan. When was that? That was in September,
Uh-huh.
right? And we broke all the world records while we were there. And we were actually,
So that's a couple months ahead of launch.
yeah,
right?
we were over. We actually got over 200,000 on
Okay.
on Cinebench.
Cool.
But in the past, a lot of times that stuff leaks and gets out there.
Yeah.
You see all those,
Leaked images, and also sometimes I haven't seen this. You see it a lot with like Geekbench, for example. Anything that
Yeah.
auto uploads a score.
yeah, sometimes it accidentally happens.
Like if
yeah.
someone doesn't disconnect internet, yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, it actually nothing's really leaked out until until Bill started posting stuff, which I think he had permission for.
Okay, we think.
I haven't gotten in trouble yet.
The tiles here are so large.
I know.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, dude, see, not,
it's not as fun to watch.
Oh wow,
yeah,
minus
you know?
77.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your frequency at the moment?
I think I set 5.
is it drawing? Not drawing that much power.
It's probably
370, 380,
okay. Let me see.
5,000.
Yeah,
What frequency? That's stock.
don't remember.
Oh, this one you can answer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't seem right.
No.
Oh, jumping around too much. There's a
PBO's back on. Dang it.
question for you about, and this doesn't have to be your current setup, but just in general, someone asking how much power does it draw at peak loads, let's say under a heavy XOC.
Oh yeah, highest we've seen about 1,800.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,800 watts.
So one 20 amp breaker in the U.S.
Yes.
But with depending on how you set up the memory with a water cooler, like a premium water cooler, you can sustain 750 to 800 watts on the CPU alone, right? And then add in the rest of the power, and you're over 1,000 watts. So
And we were talking
on a
about
water
this
cooler.
when we were setting this system up. Actually, we talked about this in the review a little bit too earlier today, but one of the things my team has covered in the past has been IHS versus cold plate for coolers. And especially the last time I really did this test like for like was on early Threadripper. It mattered a lot, especially back then when the Asetek cold plates were much smaller.
Yes, they
Because
were
you'd
those-
only cover like
Mhm.
a percentage of the die area.
Yeah.
And so is that still your experience with these where
Yes, definitely.
full coverage matters? Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're pushing it.
And especially the 96 core.
Yeah.
Right.
So I guess you'll
Definitely.
start to, first of all, if you've got all the copper, you might as well use it. Yeah,
Mhm.
but I would also guess you would start developing hotspots on the outer edges where there's no direct contact.
Yeah, this is the same round
Yeah.
plate here, so it's in these corners.
And there are some, obviously water blocks for open loop, are probably the easiest full coverage solution, but
Yeah.
but there are AIOs that do it as well. I haven't tested any in a while though.
Yeah, and one thing that's challenging is knowing that. Like, how do you
Right.
how do you measure the temperature?
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. So, I mean, the on-die sensors help, but
Mm.
what you really want to do is some sort of thermal imaging so you can get more accuracy
Right.
of what's going on. But when the heat sink's on there, how do you do that? So
The hardware info, you both know this, but for anyone watching, the hardware info readout these days is really is very detailed. I've been impressed with it.
it's surprisingly detailed.
You say, yeah, that sounds like I don't know if I want all that detail in there. Hardware info 64 though, anyone watching, highly recommend it. Even if you're not overclocking, it's a really good application. So if you ever suspect whatever, like that you might want to repaste or something, then you can check that for T-die if it's AMD, or until you check the core temperatures.
Yeah, I can show you like if one CCD is out of whack from the rest,
Yeah.
or something.
And yeah, I work with the developer like pretty much on a weekly basis at least, generally, and so he does a really good job of doing updates and making sure that everything's working and fixing little glitches and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and that's a free application for anyone watching. We have the engineering version, I think it is, for all of our testing, but we've been using it for years now. It's really good, so highly recommend it.
Yeah, that's a great tool.
We got a comment from Mr. Fahrenheit. Good to see you back. Mr. Fahrenheit did a, I want to say it was an X-ray analysis for us of a water block or an AIO at one point. So we occasionally have viewers reach out like, hey, I have access to these cool tools.
Okay.
Do you have a project for me? So that one's going back a couple years, but I still appreciate that to this day. So thank you for doing that analysis for us. I'm not sure if he's in an actual FA lab or something, but that's kind of the vibe of,
Like it's his specialty.
Yeah. Let's see here. Can Threadripper run City Skylines 2? That's the real test. I'm not speaking for them here. I'm speaking for our own experiences. Nothing can run City Skylines 2. So I wanted to isolate you guys from that one.
but one thing I might do this if I have time. I've got so much extra time at work. But I would really be interested in running Crysis in software rendered mode on this processor.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool.
That would be cool.
But the last one I saw, they were already over 30 frames a second. So it was like
Software
basically
rendered?
playable.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might actually be playable. So I might play with that.
I
and
think
see.
that that would be fun. The cache at this point too is getting large enough where you can start fitting some of the really old games just entirely in cache if you're able to write it that way.
I've thought about that, and I think I wonder if it would be possible, Amit, to partition X3D on a Genoa, right, and then run Linux
Okay.
fully from the CPU.
That sounds
right?
like you guys should work with
like
Wendell
Yeah.
and try and do that someday.
Yeah, we talked about that. Can we run it basically with no memory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And have only everything in cache. So
That's your future. You open up this PC tab and you've just got different caches partitioned into drives, recovery drives.
I mean, a lot of the like AI, GPUs that use HBM, they're kind of like that,
Right,
Because
yeah.
HBM isn't super high capacity, but it's close, local. And
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, there could be applications for that.
That was a hell of a
Yeah.
can open.
Yeah.
I'm muted.
You muted it.
Oh.
I probably would have loved that one. Bill's over here trying to launch his ASMR streaming career. Knuckle cracking and can opening. Bill, why did you retire from AMD? Oh, I had greater ambitions. Wanted to crack my knuckles on Twitch.
There's probably a market.
No, you could probably get 100 G's a day, man. I think.
At least.
Bill's cracking knuckles again.
The sizzle also from the LN2, it's very comforting.
I do like the LN2 noises. Let's see. I'm looking for if there's any more questions specific for you all. Let's see what we have. If there's any overclocking questions, generally, or obviously the team here, they have the most experience with AMD, of course, but now is a good time to post them because you can probably get some pretty good answers. So. How have they not automated the pouring of LN2?
Kingpin did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we have a video of it, if you search the channel for RoboClocker, it's one word, it's spelled exactly like it sounds. Is that the one you're talking about, RoboClocker?
Yeah.
So that was, he created almost like a closed loop liquid nitrogen setup where he had like kind of a supply and a return tank. And it all fed through just like a water block, except it was liquid nitrogen. Super cool, wild concept.
And it could modulate how much LN2, it's dispensing or whatever based
Yeah.
on the heat load. We went to one of our ODM partners, and they had a similar kind of situation going on as well, where they had airtight containers that were filled
Or in
with
the 70s.
nitrogen gas.
Yeah.
Right, so they didn't have to worry about condensation or wrap anything up, and then
okay.
then they had a closed loop system, and then that would, once it went through the block on the CPU, it would off gas through out the roof,
Cool.
and they heated it on the way
To
out.
like recapture it or something?
No, so that
Okay.
it would not pool on the roof and kill birds.
Oh, okay.
I
They
kid you
actually
not.
thought through it. Okay.
Yeah, I kid you not.
That's cool them to think through that far.
Okay, yeah, it's
Not that, but they didn't have enough volume probably,
Right,
but
right.
but they actually thought about it.
No, that's
so.
good.
yeah, it's drawing like 1,000 watts now. So
It's still rendering.
yeah.
That's why it's got tiles over here.
Okay, finish 5448. Frequency was that?
Oh, did it finish? Okay. 4.5, I believe. Yeah. So now, what was mine at? Like 4.8.
Yeah.
So we'll just go 5 gigahertz and see.
Yeah, but that score's not right. Still.
I think so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it can't be right.
So you think it's too low again?
It's too low.
So is the same fix you had when running 2023 earlier?
Yeah, that's what
Fix
he's looking
this
at.
also?
Yeah.
It's the same
Let's see.
thing. Yeah.
It's just like
Yes.
retoggling or something?
It's like the settings not sticking all the time.
Okay.
He's checking right now.
Yeah.
I can't check that exact setting here, but
You get
yeah.
it, yeah?
Okay. So PBO's back on.
Mhm.
So. Yeah, so it, 38. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but probably that is throttling. Let me try one more time. I'd really like to just get one run.
Would switching to this Asus board be beneficial at all?
That right now, I mean, we could probably reach 8,000 on it, but that cooler would be a limiting factor probably.
Oh, no, I mean like
but
the
it
whole
would
setup, but
it would work. Yeah, y'all want to?
We'll have to prep it.
depends how you,
Yeah.
it depends how you feel about it, because I don't have experience.
Oh, are you talking about for LN2?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't done it on that board. I'd have to do all the prep. I'd have to take the
Okay.
VRMs off. If y'all want to do like an educational full deal, then that's what we're looking at.
That might be part 2. I don't know.
It'd be more involved than last time.
Yeah,
Right.
right. Do you Vaseline the boards or no?
Yeah. I still
you do?
do mostly just because I have it and it's just quick and easy.
Right.
If he's able to get it where he's at. Yeah.
But I have been looking at conformal coding and
Right.
stuff like that. I was just in Taiwan, in August, September, like he said, for the overclocking workshop, and I was looking at the products that they're using now, and they prepped a board right there with conformal coding, and it was ready to use a little while later, and it was really,
Yeah.
really nice.
Does that create any, for like small components, if they're out of airflow, does that create any heat concern for those, or it's not?
I don't really think
Doesn't
so.
trap
It
it
didn't
enough?
seem like. When
It is super thin.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not like conformal coding like
like that old paint stuff.
yeah,
it's
it's
Yeah.
not like that. It's
Okay.
much thinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, more acrylic-y or something.
Yeah.
Not like
yeah.
plastic dip or
Yeah,
something?
no, it's not like that.
He was
Now, I
doing that.
have used liquid electric tape, and that's fine too. And The problem with it though is if it comes in contact with Vaseline, then it melts and makes a big mess.
Oh, okay.
But outside of that, it works pretty good.
Right.
So
What's the plan here on this one?
I'm gonna.
Because you've narrowed it down to the setting, right? It's
Yeah, I know what setting it is.
Yeah.
It's just it keeps
forcing
auto
it to
toggling
stick.
it. Yeah.
Is there something you did that differently that made it stick last time?
I think in between we did a power down.
Or how it,
I think that's
they're talking strategy on how to get past the limitations. So
I think Matt wants to see me get a higher score. Is that what's going on?
is this the BIOS, the like latest BIOS, I guess?
No. Well, no, it's not. But this one had the least amount of problems that I was willing to deal with. The new BIOS would probably solve almost all of the stuff that we've seen today.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't be able to run Benchmate because HPET is not working in that BIOS.
Okay.
So
We had at least a couple people ask for the quote full deal motherboard build out video. I mean, I'm fine for it. You, I think, have to fly in the morning. So, but it would be. There's no guarantee of a result at the end of it. That's the problem, right?
that is true. But I'm not adverse to doing it. If the audience really wants it, I can do it.
What do you think because the VRM heatsink would have to come off. Would you want to do Vaseline on it?
Yeah, I'll just do Vaseline on it.
And then you'd have to do the LN2 pot's not too bad to move.
Yeah, so
I've tried to ask Bill to do a quick and dirty prep before.
Yeah.
It normally doesn't
Okay.
go very far.
What's the
I'm
usual?
too anal and about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is again, we come back to the fact that you're preserving your AMD corporate bathroom paper towels for your liquid nitrogen pot. So, what's like your normal kind of build out time, I guess, if you were to do from scratch?
Well, yeah, remove, this board came with no heat sinks on it to begin with, so this board was ready to go in like 10 minutes, just doing the Vaseline. So normally I try to keep the Vaseline only where it's needed, which is like this upper 2/3 region on the top and the bottom, and then, and that's all I had to do here. So normally what I'll do is I'll kind of get the Vaseline melted in its container and then paint it on, and then once I have it all painted on, then I'll use a heat gun to heat it up and make it flow between all the pins on all the little BGAs and all the little gadgets that are on the board. Make sure it goes under and around everything. Nothing too fancy, but
I mean, you say that, but it is a lot of experience to get to the point.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause
for the people that that maybe weren't here, I'll lift this up if I don't freeze myself.
do you want the cryo gloves?
So there's 2 heaters in here.
Yeah. You can see those right
One there and another one on the other side. And that's to help keep this area of the board where I've got the LN2 container and help keep the rest of the board above the dew point, so I don't get condensation. So that's why over here it's basically ambient temperature over here, even though right next to it, you know, is -100 or whatever, right? So.
Let's see. We have a checking on chat. Someone asking about. Oh, there you go, Bill. This is a patentable idea.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Well, not anymore.
RGB diaper.
Okay. I might do that just to irritate Anil, who might be watching. Yeah, we're going to do the RGB diaper.
So, I mean, I'm thinking like just a strip, right? You just do a strip
Oh
LED.
no, I already thought about it as soon as you said it. I'm gonna we'll do a full wrap, and then I'll wrap it with the RGB, and then
Okay.
I'll do a light wrap where you can just see the
So you
light
get some nice
shining out of the
diffusion.
diaper. Look like a nuclear diaper accident or something, right?
I need to see who posted that comment. So
Yeah, I will probably do that.
comment was posted by Derp Theater. So when you see that pop up in a future Bill score posted somewhere, you'll know you inspired it. Probably one of the world's leading innovations. If not globally, at least in CPUs. Contributed greatly. People are liking your nuclear diaper accident phrase.
I've had 3 children.
Say no more. Get you some more liquid nitrogen. How's it look? Did you get that setting working?
Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know, at this point,
All right, so we have a chat going on with the people who worked on the Threadripper launch stuff. So,
Yeah.
so Ken Mitchell's on there, and he's like, he wants the RGB diaper to respond to music.
Okay. I thought you were going to be like, and they have a brilliant solution to what Bill's running into.
at this hour of the night, Ken Mitchell is done with work. And it's time for fun.
Yeah. I do think that is the next time you come back out for an XOC stream, I think it's time for that innovation to see the light of day. Yeah. Yeah. People will love it.
All right, I'll do a quick R23
Yep.
and see if
Sanity
it's
check.
sane.
So is it something that it's just either on or off once you're into Windows? It's not changing within Windows?
It's a limit. It's like
Okay.
it's based on
It's in
the
the BIOS, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, but I think we might be able to change it with AVT command. So,
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
But
I don't know.
we can try. I can try it here.
Well, I just run a command to try and
Yeah.
force it to a setting.
Fortunately.
Are these the secret cheat codes?
Yeah. So we have internal tools that let
Right.
us. It's not the chicken bits.
That's right. Yeah, what is that? Because, okay, so earlier there was a discussion, and I can't even remember what the specifics were, but the word chicken bit may have been uttered.
Yeah,
Basically,
it's a
like,
real thing.
yeah, I think you were asked if you knew what a chicken bit was, and you were like, no.
Yeah, so
So-
what is that?
Yeah, so it's a fancy word for something called.
I don't know if that's fancy, but
yeah.
go on.
Fancy, okay, maybe.
One of your fancy engineering words.
Like shmoo.
I might
like
understand
shmoo,
it,
like
yeah.
shmoo.
Yeah,
Which you found.
I did find it. It's a real word.
Yeah, we probably don't want to Google chicken.
Okay.
But so so we have these things called MSRs, which is machine-specific registers, and it's
Okay.
basically how we configure how the chip operates. And a lot of times when we're designing stuff, we may have concerns about with the way something operates. Like we might put something in very aggressive for performance reasons, but there's a chance that it causes some sort of functional issue. So
Okay.
we put safeties in there. They're kind of like dip switches.
Mhm.
The old school computers had dip switches to change how things are configured. So we have these registers that you can change, and the chicken bit basically is, hey, let's say I was trying this aggressive setting to do this bypass from the cache or whatever,
Mhm.
right? And then the chicken bit could be like, oh no, don't do the bypass, go through the regular flow.
Okay, so it's kind of like this isn't going to work. We're
Mhm.
going to recover it. Is it chicken like chicken out?
It's like chicken out.
Like to
Yeah.
be,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's
I
like
see.
a chicken out doing this really aggressive thing
Right.
to what I know work to what I know works.
And this
Yeah,
is a
yeah.
common like semiconductor word or something, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Alright.
fact, we had some, we have a lot of people who come from around the industry, and they
Yeah.
were in the chats putting capital CB, and I thought they were talking about
Call
Cerberus,
bug? Oh,
or
okay.
at the time I was talking about Cerberus, which is the internal code name for Zen 3.
Mm.
But no, they were talking about chicken bit. And
Okay.
so it's just that's how they referenced it,
Right.
capital CB, and I'm like,
So
oh,
it's,
okay.
it's well known enough to have its own
Yes.
initialism. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And I was left out apparently of this whole ordeal. Chat is liking the explanation, I think.
Okay.
All right, so don't blink. I'll
Aggressive-
run
aggressive
R15.
chicken.
And I figured out what's wrong with R23 as well. But
Yes?
Okay.
Yeah, I figured it. Well, but
Okay.
it's not helping us.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have a very good solution, but it's because with all the reboots, I took out 2 memory sticks because that doesn't really impact performance for the other Cinebenches.
Oh, but it
so
does.
we have half of the memory bandwidth.
But
yeah,
our
that's why.
24
Yeah,
carries.
yeah.
Yes.
So
okay.
we weren't throttling. At least we were on 1 or 2 of them, but
No.
not on every one of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, because I saw it. When it was throttling, it was like at 400 watts. And then later it was running at 900 watts.
Okay,
but
yeah.
It was just starved for memory. Okay, that's interesting.
So
That's the difference with R24.
Mm.
So it does care about memory balance.
So what, do you go back up on the stick count, or?
Yeah, and also I think for the R24 result that I posted, I think I might have been running DDR 6800 maybe.
Yeah, that
So-
we do see
Okay.
that.
And 1-to-1.
That helps.
Do you need a kit? I mean, do you have?
No, I've got more memory. I took it out because I wanted it to be able to
boot faster.
boot on a fresh boot a lot
Okay,
faster.
okay.
Because of this problem that we're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah. If we didn't have that, then that wouldn't be a problem. So,
Okay, so you're going to do R15 then.
but with all the unexpected reboots.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, don't blink.
R15 is.
This is what started it all right here. You know, me and Amit running this at the tech days and all that.
I have to adjust your cable for the audio, I think. What? Okay.
I muted it.
No, it was I think the cable was loose. Yeah. All right. So R15, I haven't run in long enough to. We actually just, believe it
Gave
or
up
not,
on it.
just took it out of our test suite.
Oh man, that is not cool.
I do have numbers up until last gen, or actually current gen, Threadripper and 13 Intel, I think. Yeah, we got rid of it for this run though. Let's see, what do I have?
It says the record is 25,189
Okay,
That sounds
that's fine.
familiar.
by some guy here.
That'll be fixed tomorrow. Somebody will beat it.
How about right now?
Maybe. Definitely tomorrow.
So you're running R15 now. I do have some numbers for reference. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure the test conditions we ran these, so it's been a little too
It's been a
long.
while.
Yeah. But let's see, for reference, I think this is R15. I don't know, 13700K,
That looks about right.
4600 points for 13700K. We had a 5900X at 3700, 10900K at 2600 or so. What's a good reference point here? Top performer we have is a 7950X at 6300-ish, plus or minus a bit.
Okay, he's at 23,000.
Okay. I didn't know it was that high. All right. Okay. I'm over here like maybe 6,000 is a little closer.
What frequency you got?
5.1.
This
or
runs so
5.2.
fast.
Yeah.
248. Okay, it's very close to the world
There's
record.
a lot of
Very
run to
close.
run.
What did you say world record is for this?
25186.
25186, and that was set
25189. Sorry,
by. Was that set
25189.
by Samsung?
It was set by Samsung.
For anyone who doesn't know, that's Bill. That's his username. I'm going to start writing these down so we
Yes.
have something I can give people at the end as a recap.
Still, this doesn't seem like it's running as quick as it should, but
It's fine.
maybe there's some kind of memory sensitivity here. Maybe, I don't know, but let's try.
Does anyone need the memory at this point? Like, runs so,
It's so fast. There's no way. It's
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you have for frequency?
5.5.
5.5. How about voltage?
1.32.
Okay. And then what's your temp you're trying to hold right now?
Negative 100.
Oh, new world record. Woohoo! 25840.
25840.
And I think, I think if we had the system set up more optimally, we'd have a little bit more here.
Never good enough for you, is it?
No.
Yeah. No, just the world's fastest computer ever. And
Bill's yeah.
Dan, you should have seen me in the lab last week.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was.
Is your best work often when there's no witnesses to it?
Exactly
Yeah.
25,000.
Yeah.
25K dead. So you were at, was it 25,840 a second ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was 5.5 gigahertz, right?
Mm-hmm.
A 1.32
1.22 volts.
V-core, minus 100. Memory doesn't matter too much in this, I don't think.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but
Again, especially
I
because it's
don't-
like
yeah, I
so
don't think.
fast.
Yeah.
Some background for anyone who doesn't know, but so Cinebench has regular updates, but one of the big reasons it kind of changes over
Can you benchmate it or no?
is the speed at which the
can,
test
yeah.
completes. So as the CPUs get better and better,
Yeah.
you see it finishing almost too fast for benchmarking, like you see here. But so what was your previous
25189.
25189? So you're 700-ish points over your old.
Yeah.
no, Benchmate won't run. I need to go enable HPAT.
Okay. Then don't worry.
So maybe on the next crash,
Sure.
which could be right now.
1.56, 1.34.
Yeah.
And you see how he's having to change the voltage on both rails.
Yeah.
So it's just
Super chat from someone.
Andrew.
Someone named Andrew.
Andrew Rhett.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. That's my best friend for almost 20 years.
Oh wow, cool. Well, your best friend for almost 20 years says, "The people have spoken, Bill. I've been tasked with constructing an RGB diaper and leaving it on your desk."
Oh gosh, this won't be pretty. It'll probably have been used already.
oh no. Oh no.
He means for liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, so 25,840. Did you save it? Are you gonna upload it, or are you just gonna let your old one sit there?
No, it can sit. Yeah,
Bill's over here like, nah, who cares?
It's not that, but it'll be like for a few hours, and all of my friends out there.
That's world record right there, man. Boom.
They'll be posting a lot better stuff tomorrow, I'm sure.
Sure.
I don't want to make it too hard for them. No, but our goal,
Yeah.
right, is we want to we play with this stuff and we develop the features, optimize it, work on it, and enable all this stuff. And I get to play with it, but really, here I'm just kind of setting the bar for like what's possible for someone. It's not like some of these extreme overclockers have a lot more experience than me in this field, right?
Sure.
So I just get to enable them, and then they take it and go and beat all my scores and.
That's kind of what you want to see.
Yeah,
too.
that's exactly what I wanna see.
It wouldn't be fun for everyone else if the
No.
manufacturer sets unbeatable scores. So.
Yeah. So
That's not the point of doing this
Yeah.
at all.
on the first 64 core, I guess I don't know if we didn't sample them widely or what, but a lot of the folks didn't get the CPUs, the XOCers, right?
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And so I provided some samples to them, and I think I told you the story. I had several of the world records. I had the R15
Oh,
world
yeah.
record, and I gave a part to Splave, and I said, take the R15 record last. Get everything else, and take that one last. And he did.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he got it eventually, but he did. He let it sit.
That's
So
cool. Do you want to? I don't know. Stability-wise, it may be challenging, but do you want to try and run Blender? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it'll be more of a challenge to.
yeah,
It's
Keep
on
it-
here. It's on here, right? Let's do
Should
it.
be on there.
Yeah.
I'll probably.
We broke a
crank-
world record, so
Yeah.
What next?
Now you break the GN chart world record. So.
Hopefully, let's see. I'll.
Oh.
Oh, the scores.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The scores. Which scores?
I mean, that was one of his
Oh.
25,690. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So what do we think? Probably 5.2.
So
Let's say 5.2.
it's definitely a more abusive workload.
Okay.
It'll run. It's probably gonna last like maybe like 2 minutes, plus
Okay.
or minus a little bit. So you'll have
Maybe just go 5 gig then.
definitely more challenging than R15 to sustain. But
Okay, I'll take your advice on that. And
I'm listening out. I'm listening out a little bit, but
oh yeah,
hitting the
it's
chicken bit.
chicken clocking is what
Chicken clock.
what Tim calls it. That overclocker I mentioned earlier. He calls it chicken clocking.
Chicken clocking.
Yeah. He would join chat when Joe and I were overclocking stuff.
Uh-huh.
And we would increment it by like 50 to 100 megahertz at a time. And he was like, "Why are you chicken clocking? Just set the clock. You already know what you can get. Just set it."
Okay.
Right, do it.
Yeah. Go for it, man.
So this is a modified version. Actually, Vitalii, let's go wide for a second here while I navigate this folder
everybody.
structure.
Nothing to see over here.
So this is part of our. I'll let you know when to bring
He
it
just
back.
doesn't want you to see his command shell script. So.
we're not even running that one. What can I switch to here? Okay, that works. All right, we can show this. So we normally run this purely through command line for testing purposes, for isolating variables for reviews. So this is going to be the Blender benchmark for the GN logo render. I am going to render this one visually. It's partly because of just transporting it to a different machine, but also it's more interesting to look at. So whenever you're ready, you can
ready.
just start off the render.
I'm just going to keep it at minus 100 while it's running.
So our current max
Whoa.
score for this is it's done in minutes. It's a real test. 2.2 minutes is the best. That's the 7980X at the moment.
Okay, hey Bill, I need some liquid nitrogen. this thing's drawing like 1,400 watts, man.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What the hell is this, man?
Should I kill the test?
No, it's okay.
Come on.
We can last a little bit.
I can aim the
Dude, look
transfer hose at
Dude,
it.
show him the temperature. Look how fast that's
This
climbing.
is insane.
Yeah, give it to me. Is that nuts, dude?
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's like, I gotta catch it.
Oh.
Too late.
Yeah.
Too late. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. It was eating like crazy, dude.
I'm glad the viewers got to see that.
That was hilarious. I'm watching it. It was like,
Someone needs to like clip part of that and put it on Reddit or Twitter or something.
I was in a panic. I'm like,
Yeah, I went over to part LN2 and he's already there, bottlenecked.
Amit have audio problem.
it's flashing.
It's continuously clicking.
Okay, hit mute for a second. Let me take a look at the transmitter.
It said AFP.
Oh, peak. So you want to?
I did lower it levels, but I
Can you set his levels and gain to 0 for a second on there? So that's going to be for C, receiver C. That's just to stop any issues. I'm going to adjust the. This is to stop any noise coming back. Let me know if it makes a noise. So it's too loud, right? It's peaking. Okay, and then you can adjust it back up to where it was. I just reduced it by 3 decibels.
Oh, I can get loud, dude.
And then there you go. Bill's over here, just like not gonna let that happen to him again. He's like,
Oh my God.
fill in all of the containers. And Vitalii, let me know if that happens again. We'll try to troubleshoot it.
Did you just shut it down or what?
Oh yeah, it black screened. Like,
Oh man.
I wonder if
it sounded like
no,
OCP.
dude. It was heating up like
OCP this? How many watts were you at?
1,500 or so.
Yeah, it should handle that.
No, it was getting hot. It was getting like
Yeah.
this is like you were saying before. That was the pot temperature.
Yeah.
It was
'Cause
on
that
the
was
die. It was
minus-
getting hot.
Oh, sure.
It
Yeah,
went
yeah.
from like minus 100 to minus 82 in seconds.
Okay.
Dude, you
Yeah.
get like this digit was the.
Okay. Okay, we'll crank it down a notch, I guess.
No, we keep feeding it. Like as long as we kept feeding it. But when I ran on LN2 is when it got it. In
Sure.
trouble. So
That was a really good demo, though. Like totally, the frequency's lower because it's harder to run, but I'm glad people got to see it because that's like exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So
And that was there's frequency, voltage, but then there's activity. That's that.
you know Amit is excited when his mic freaks out. Let's see What are people? I want to see what people were saying about that. Yeah, I think everybody agrees that was awesome. This sums it up the best. Swellframe posted and said they were not prepared.
I mean, you said it was intense, but goddamn, bro.
I thought I was overselling it. So. That's-
Feel that I'm playing around with all the containers.
yeah.
Brain tension.
Get a little slow motion.
It was pretty good. Yeah. How's
See if the boards do.
see if it comes back up. Let's see. That was a good test though. What's that?
This is how Bill doesn't kill CPUs.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Bill, you don't really kill CPUs.
He doesn't really.
Not too many. Though,
Do you need more coasters for your CPU graveyard?
well,
Yes. Okay, got it. Yes.
Yes.
well, I found my Threadrippers.
Well, those take up like an entire
Exactly.
coaster each.
So I've got a whole tray of them.
What are you thinking? Is it
Oh, did the lights not turn on for a while, Bill?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Nick.
okay?
Well, they turn off once it thinks it's booting Windows.
Yeah.
So what are you doing now, Bill?
Clearing
CMOS?
CMOS with a screwdriver.
It's got a clear CMOS jumper thing down here, and
You said that work? That seemed to work.
I just do them both. I turn it on, off, cold reset it, touch these some more, reset.
You know how like troubleshooting 101 is do one thing at a time. This is also
Not
how
that.
I troubleshoot. I don't normally follow. Normally it's I need this fixed now. I may not know what fixed it, but it will be fixed.
Yeah, it's troubleshooting during a live stream.
Yeah. That was cool, man.
That was.
I didn't get a chance to see the power consumption, but 1400 watts is pretty good.
It was at 40 watts, and I see the temperature. It's just. And you gave me some half-ass thermostat L2. You're like, go use that. All right, thanks, man. Lasts for like 4 seconds.
I didn't know what we were dealing with there. Oh, man.
Oh, we didn't kill your Blender file.
Oh, it's fine. I was looking over at the tank. I was like, I mean, I could go from
run the hole.
I just spray it over.
We might need to put the hose directly in there.
I have done it.
Yeah,
No.
that was Vince did that when he had like a leg injury he was recovering from, and he ran tubes to the pot, so he could just turn the valve and he didn't have to get up or anything. It worked great.
Yeah.
So I just remember the first Zen. I think I told you this. The first Zens we had to run at like minus 40 C
Oh, I
to
remember
get them
that.
to work. So we
yeah.
had a chiller on there. For most workloads, it worked great. But then we have this guy at work, Tim Wilkins, and he writes these really intensive architecture tests. And he's like, Amit, try running this. Right? I'm like, yeah, whatever, right? It's a similar sort of thing. How bad could it be? So I set the chiller to minus 40. I hit go, and all of a sudden, the temperature, like, it's going minus 20, minus 10, 0, plus 20. Like, it cannot hold minus 40. And,
Yeah.
and it just dies. I'm like, what the hell is this, man? He's like, this is real code.
It sounds like a power virus. It was like,
Oh my God.
like some Furmark type thing.
Those are his trigger words.
Oh, right? Okay.
Oh, man, this is reasonable code. And he's right. He's running like FFT stuff or like DGM type matrix multiply. It's actually real code.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
but it acts.
It's just intensive.
It's just
Yeah.
intense. So, but it's good. It's good. I mean, you need that again. Like we were talking about stress testing, right?
Mhm.
You have to push it beyond the extremes to know what your limits are and how to design it.
Yeah.
Better, so.
You might
But yeah,
kill
I
a
just
couple
remember
parts
yeah.
in the process. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a similar sort of thing where the temperature starts shooting up.
Let's see. We got. Oh, there you go, Vitalii. We got a super chat in from Scott Goering, who says, "Thank you all, fantastically fun stream tonight. Great camera work as well."
There you go.
First time ever.
That's right. First Vitalii operated a live stream. His main camera is the Sony A7 IV that we shoot on, but for these streams we use a larger body, like I guess it'd be a prosumer camera back in the day. And it's much different to operate, so. Man, that was, we've got people quoting Vincent now, or Vince, Kingpin now too. She's Dunsky. That's his quote. We had him, it was for RoboClocker. He was trying to hit 7 gigahertz on whatever the Intel, I think it was the 10980XE maybe. And he's trying to hit 7 gigahertz with this, closed loop liquid nitrogen thing. And he was really struggling with it. The thumbnail is him like brooding over the bench, like sweating, and a big blue screen in the background. And he did get it to work, to his credit, but he kept saying, "She's Dunsky, Steve. She's Dunsky." Too much condensation.
Yeah, people wonder, like I said earlier, about all this, but when we're in the lab, and I'm not necessarily trying to like get competitive Cinebench numbers and stuff like that,
Yeah.
we're just doing all this testing. I need it to last all day, and I need to be sure that condensation and other unknown stuff like that isn't,
Doesn't
a factor. I don't have to worry about it, yeah. So this isn't probably adequate, but usually whenever I set up a system, you can use it for 8 or 10 hours straight in a day and not have to worry about a thing, so.
Do you know, is your Blender workload sensitive to memory?
not really.
Not
no.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Memory should be good.
Yeah, it tends to be all just threads.
Mhm.
So
Just
we-
always done this before.
yeah, you got the cadence too. Yeah. Yeah, we've run. It's been a while, but when we did multiple kits, at different frequencies and
Mhm.
timings and everything, and
You didn't see.
not in
Makes sense,
Blender,
yeah.
yeah. But it does scale. It's like almost linear with threads. Let's
Mhm.
see if I can pull up a example chart for you. This is the one we published in our review earlier. I won't be able to show the chat, but he's looking at the same thing you can all see in the 7980X review. So, we've got the 64 core part, 2.2 minutes. Then you come down to 7970X, 3.6. So
Okay.
it's like not perfectly linear, but the scaling is like really clean across thread count.
Okay.
So 7950X. good
Like within a
example.
given architecture.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So 6.4 minutes versus 2.2. So we're completing in
16 versus 32. Yeah.
Actually that's a good one. 7950X, 7970. We're at almost half.
Yeah.
But it's double the cores. So that's why I really like this workload.
So hopefully with the 96, it should be under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm curious what that'll scale like. We are running it a little differently with the visual window instead of
Mhm.
command line,
Sure.
but I don't know how much that'll affect it.
Hopefully we'll find out.
I would
soon.
like to be able to add like a 5 gigahertz 7995 or something to this chart.
That would be cool.
Just
Overclocked.
yeah, just to set the scale.
No, but similar. Remember I was talking about how our VCS simulations got sped up 8. Like imagine
Yeah.
if all the work you did got sped up, 50%.
Yeah,
Whatever. That's valuable.
Yeah, a lot of times our limiter is really it's live scrubbing or real time playback in Premiere, but even rendering, I'm strategic about which system I render on in the office because we have some that will render in like half the time.
Yeah.
And really. So this morning, good example is the behind the scenes for you guys. What happens when, AMD, NVIDIA, Intel ship a part into a black hole and it arrives at a reviewer. Like the other end of that is embargo lifts. Typically 9 a.m. our time. I'll get up at like 4, come and finalize the video, and I've got one render I can do. So
You got one more shot at it.
I've got room for like one re-render.
Mhm.
So if it fails to render, whatever. So that time matters.
Yeah.
we're normally pretty close to the wire on the embargoes.
You want to get as much in as you can.
Yeah, I like to try and use the whole time we have, so get a lot of charts.
Okay, so we got 5 thermoses.
You think that's enough?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
but there's not much left in the big doer.
Do you want more?
I don't think we need to, but if you said it lasts longer in there anyway, so you do what you want to do.
Yeah,
but
I'll transfer it eventually. You do
Okay.
validation.
Yeah, he's doing a sanity check with R23.
Maybe while you're doing that, I don't know. It takes a while to fill, so I'll let it.
You can do a partial.
That's true.
Or just leave the hose in and walk away.
Impossible.
I don't ever do that. I did that on Friday. 'Cause I was benching all the way until Friday night, and I let it overflow. And there were still some guys in the lab on that row back there on that back row, and I saw it overflow. And I'm like, oh crap! And I come over there, and there's like 2 guys, and they're like, looking,
What is going on?
what is this?
You had the connection running down the
Yeah,
floor of the lab.
yeah, like security called on you.
So what do you think on it?
Yeah.
So we were at 1.3, which that's probably way more than enough.
Okay.
So it's 1225.
We're gonna get the alien sound effects maybe from the tank. Sometimes they do good spaceship sound effects. Let's see, where's the that one glove is fine.
And let's see what the power looks like at 4 gig.
Okay.
And
That's the one I'm talking about.
There it is.
Yeah. So they'll be here any minute. I sent the
Our
signal
visitors?
up. Yeah. This is a good tank. Every now and then,
You get it back. Yeah.
like,
They're
I
not all
always
the
wanna-
same. They're not all the same.
yeah, I always
all
want to
the
look at the serial number. Like, can I get that one again?
yeah, I've asked them that too.
Yeah.
Is that about right? Well, yeah, looks
Yeah,
like
I think
133.
so.
Okay. All right,
Validated?
Steve. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
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 Wide shot.
Yeah, just in case there's chaos. So this is, we're gonna run the Blender workload, which is very heavy workload as we saw earlier. And this is pretty close to the one we do our reviews with, so I won't launch it until you say you're ready. Oh, and yeah, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. And then. Okay, you're good on the screen. Tell me when you're ready.
Ready?
What's your target
Let
temperature?
me actually get another container.
Ready, and then he walks away.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry.
That is a very full. Yeah. Yeah. All right, you want to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready.
Wait, Vitali's not ready. All right, here we go. Render. That is falling so
Oh,
fast.
Shit.
I don't know if he can keep up. Oh, there you go.
I can keep up. Yeah.
Sorry, you got to see it too. So minus 105 is pretty good. Is it still running?
Still going. So.
What's
okay.
the power?
Like
Only
averaging 1,000 watts. I saw it hit 1,100 briefly. So I reduced the voltage. That's the main thing. That's the biggest contribution to that power.
I hear the doer. Okay. All right. How's it look?
Looking good. This is much more manageable.
The last time caught us off guard. What's your frequency voltage right now?
I think we did 4.5 and 1.225.
Okay. So there's room to come up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It really does. Like as soon as it tips.
Yeah, as soon as it tips, yeah.
Elmore's meter is fast, man.
Yeah, it's nice.
Like the update's really good. Anyone who is interested in that, actually, even if you don't have a use for your thermocouple reader, check out Elmore Labs. He makes really good stuff. A lot of XOC, but some other tools too. Is
It's
it
running?
done? Time.
How many watts? No, it's not.
Time was, yeah, it's done, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Did it finish?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's a new record, I think.
it is a new record for our
fast?
bench. Yeah.
That's a lot.
1 minute, about 24 seconds.
Wow.
No
What?
way.
We shaved a minute off of it?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Pretty close. What is that, like 1.3, I guess? If you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We've got more.
let me write that
What
down.
frequency was that?
Yeah, we got more to give. That was only 4 or 5.
Oh yeah.
I'll write this down in our
How much power were you saying?
spec
when it was
chart.
running?
Like about 1,000 average.
Okay. Okay, it was really cranking with the 14.
Because the voltage was a lot higher. So
Yeah.
the first one we were at like 1.325 or something.
Okay, so everyone on the live stream, we broke the R15 world record. So now, if anyone has parts, if they want to post their world records, go for it. Safe Disc, I know you're out there watching.
Yeah.
Go ahead and post, man. Let's see what you guys got. Yeah. We'll read them live.
It's about time too,
Yeah.
right?
The next one is we standardize the GN bench blender logo.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you
need that on
want to add that to
HW
HW bot?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, they would probably do it. Because this is about 1.4.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, if you want to follow along at home, open a tab or another window and pull up our 7980X review and jump to the blender benchmark. It's like around, I don't know, it's marked as production blender. 2.2 minutes was the previous leader, 7980X, followed by 7970X at 3.6. So we've updated over the years for new versions and to increase the workload as CPUs got better. But we've been running this test for probably pretty close to a decade at this point. Variations of it, maybe 8 years. And
Wait, so the bottom there's like 26 minutes? Like,
yeah, so 2700 as reference, so 27 minute
wow.
for the scale. And there's other parts I have, not on this list,
Sure.
but like 12400, for example.
Okay, so that was only 4 gigahertz. Is that what you wrote down?
I haven't written up
Okay.
here for that one.
But
Okay.
Yeah, what did you run that at? I need to write that
he
down.
said it was at 4 gig.
4 gig.
It was
Yeah.
only at
I thought
4.
it was 4.5. It was 4 gig.
What was the
That's ridiculous.
if you run it auto, what does it tend to?
Oh, that
That's
was-
only last week we got that 2.2 right running auto roughly.
Oh, earlier, yeah,
With
that's
the-
right.
with this part.
Yeah,
Probably
that's right.
like around 3.5 gigahertz, probably something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we could probably do the math and see what it must have been.
Okay. So now we're at 4.4 at 1.225 volts.
What was your previous voltage?
The same.
1.225.
Okay. Write that down too.
Is it going? No.
4.4.
Yeah. 4.4, same voltage, and then when you're ready, let's kick it off.
Yeah, I'll clean all those notes up later. Okay. Ready?
No.
Do you want a full
No.
screen? Do you care?
I don't care about that.
Okay.
That's you.
That's you.
Yeah.
Please care about that
I'm
number.
gonna
in
keep
upper
the
left.
zoom the same in case it affects anything. All right.
Okay.
Connor, you ready?
When it gets to minus 100, go ahead.
Okay.
Go.
So let's get that in the shot. 3, 2. All right.
There we go. Let's see. Yeah, 1,100, 1,000.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's
we
fighting
have
me.
2 in there. I don't know if I hit it twice or something. Why do we have 2?
Oh.
One was in the background the whole time.
Oh, maybe it's a preview window. We'll see. What's the power?
About 1,000.
I didn't
Okay.
change the voltage.
Oh, right.
So,
I saw it spike up to 1,100.
yeah.
11, no, now 1,200. Oh,
Oh, this is the previous result. That's why that's there.
1,260.
1260 watts.
Yeah.
Vitalii, if you want to train in on this meter, or actually on the power
that
supply,
one
it's
there.
better.
That one there will look pretty good.
Okay, cool. I keep forgetting the power supply does it.
It's pretty handy, actually.
Yeah.
Is it done?
Mm-mm.
No? Oh, no, it's still going. 1,000.
Wait,
It might be.
it might be done.
It's exactly
1, 2, 3.
the same.
Something.
No.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, that's the prior.
No, it's still 1,000
It's
watts.
still
it's still
moving
going. It's still
now.
going. It's still going.
Oh.
Is that that?
Maybe it is running too.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
We'll find out. Let's let it keep going. We'll see.
Oh, no.
I might have hit F12 is the start button for it, so I might have hit it twice or something.
Okay, the time is moving on the upper left.
That one's done.
They both say 118.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
shit. Is it stop? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Okay.
We don't play by broadcast rules here.
Did you do 2 of them?
No, it was one.
It was 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
what was it?
118.
118.
Okay,
18
so
out
it
of
did improve, and we expected maybe 10% at the most, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was a 1.3 from 1.4 then. That is definitely, I mean,
Yeah.
at this scale, it's uplift. That was 4.4?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to try?
I think we can. Let's just go to 5 gig, man. What do you think?
I'm
is that
fine with
crazy?
it. No, I'm fine with it.
None of this chicken clocking.
That's right. Voltage?
We're gonna. We think we need a little more. For 5
Maybe.
gig?
I'm
1,
not
2,
going to 1.3 again.
125.
This is fun. So for everyone watching, we will now have we'll now have this at the top of our charts for the Blender benchmarks, I guess, as a ceiling, performance ceiling. Yeah, a minute and 18 seconds is a pretty good render time.
See, now you're thinking I can actually use this.
I mean,
hello.
Okay.
Are you going 4.7?
All right. Yeah.
4.7. Okay. Bill's going 4.7. That's cool.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's not,
let me
it's not too bad chicken
get
clock.
over
Yeah.
a little
Half
bit.
tick.
All right, and make sure I'm not in your way.
Yeah.
We don't want to double
Okay.
press.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's close that one.
It's not easy as it looks, huh, Steve?
Well, he already knew that.
All right, tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Oop, that
Ooh.
that turned around real quick.
The temperature?
Yeah.
Why do you think I
Wow.
was panicking over here?
You got it under control now.
Yeah, it's like 1,100 watts.
1279. 1700. Holy crap.
For power?
Yeah.
Wow.
18.
I think the breaker can do that for a little bit.
It'll do it.
1500. Holy crap. It must be spiking.
Yeah, it's got to be peaky.
Yeah.
That was the power supply.
That was OCP.
Yeah, the power supply OCP. Yeah.
Yeah. That one, I heard that one.
Yeah.
That's actually
Definitely.
good like learning point for people too. There's
Yeah.
like certain types of trips or crashes or you can identify. One of you want to talk about OCP and why this one was more obvious? So normally you'll hear like that click, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely the power supply.
Yeah, when it just shuts down like that, generally that's what you're dealing with. Either OCP on the power supply as a whole, or if it's a multi-rail power supply, it can be on some of the plugs. I've had that happen before,
Right.
where a 8-pin CPU connector can break in half, right? So sometimes I have used 4 pins from one port and 4 pins from another on power supplies where
Well,
it had a per port OCP.
We do have
Yeah.
2 power supplies
Yeah,
here.
we do have an
Bill.
option.
We do.
What do you think?
Yeah, you got a. Do you have?
To jump to
jumper?
24?
Yeah.
I do. I think I have a jumper.
I
I don't know
mean,
how sophisticated it is.
Well, I mean, we can use a wire.
It's more sophisticated than that. But that is true.
Yeah,
You want a paper clip?
Actually, I think that
Jumper is here. On the table.
Oh, were you using it recently?
oh,
Which table?
Okay. You
Wood
want
or
to disconnect?
Yeah. Metal, got it. On the at a corner.
Okay.
there.
And I need 3.
He's 24. Jumper.
Oh, that metal table.
Hey, man.
No, I mean this power supply is kind of.
Yeah, no, it's got cables
Yeah.
all like.
I took off the things that hold it together. That didn't
Grab
help.
one from the testing room.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, nice.
Did you find 2 CPU ones? Oh, no.
No.
I think that's.
No. That's 12-volt high power.
Oh. Oh, is that for the GPU?
Bill, do you want to Do you want to bridge the power supplies through a PCB
That should be it.
so they both trigger at the same time? Because I have something that'll do that.
If you want,
Or if you just want this,
we can do
No,
quick
I
and
think
dirty.
this will be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because I have like a PCB that takes 224s.
Is
and
it
that
off or on?
signals. This is off.
Okay. And where's the 24 pin at?
Oh.
Here.
This is cool that we get to actually make use of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the wattage of your Asus power supply over there?
It's rated for 1500.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Might
we've
it-
done a lot more than that on it, but maybe not for that length of
Yeah.
amount of time.
Yeah, so there's right now we're basically plugging
That's
in
it?
multiple PSUs to spread the load
Mhm.
over to, which will reduce the chance of an OCP or overpower protection. I
And
guess
these
could
two
be.
are on separate circuits, so yeah, we should be good.
Yes, they are on
Yes.
separate circuits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we going to time the powering on? or-
Sure.
I'll
Okay.
Okay.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
We're pretty
Pretty
close.
good.
I think we're pretty close.
You might have been within the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
hold up time of the power supply there.
That one on.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So what's the power? How many power
Yeah.
cables you got going into the board? Is it like 2 EPS and then a bunch of PCIe?
Yeah, one of these is a 6-pin PCI there,
Okay.
and then it's got another one down here, presumably for PCI, I guess.
Did you turn it off?
And it is. This one is required.
Did you turn it off?
Yeah. Yeah, I've done this and I haven't had any problem.
Okay.
But okay now.
Let's see.
Is it posting? Or?
It doesn't seem to be
Like it's not powering up?
connected, right? Yeah.
Checking on the chats. AMD wins science fair for digital volcano experiment. That's kind of what it feels like. It is a science fair type thing to do.
This always is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Tonight Show and they bring on
Yeah,
Bill Nye or something.
or like or the animal experts or something.
Yeah.
Except, a lot of times we talk about how this overclocking. Actually, Joe and I have talked about this in our streams, but it feels like a cooking show sometimes. Like, scrambling around for fire and ice all the time.
Like when you do all the souffles in the oven.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
All right, where's those?
Huh.
you always gotta have topics.
Try this again.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. David in chat saying dual power supply and dual 20 amp circuits.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right.
I know what the problem is.
Yeah?
It probably is not detecting. Let's see. Turn that one on real quick.
On or off?
On.
Do they need to be
It
in
was on.
certain plugs, connections?
I don't see. I thought it had lights on here, but I don't see those lights.
It is.
Um,
The clear CMOS light is on.
Yeah. No, there's a.
Hmm.
So let's try this real quick.
I think the problem is this one. This one, it's powering on and then turning off.
Oh.
No? Found something?
No. Let me try this. Give me the 6-pin.
No dignity for the be quiet power supply. And dragged across the
Hold
map.
on, hold on. Hold
All
on.
right. Turn
Okay.
that one on.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it thinks there's a cable in there. It doesn't like the dual power supply though over there.
Here, let's try this. Can you plug this?
Sometimes, does this board have a manual yet, do you know? It's
It
ASRock?
does. Yeah.
So
Turn
some,
off.
I mean, you know better than me, but
Let's switch it. Let's
sometimes they're
Doesn't matter
fussy.
what. maybe.
What's the board?
Oh, you want to do that?
Yeah. It'll reach. Try.
TRX50WS?
Let's see.
Okay, yeah. That says yes. Let's see. How are your energy levels, Vitalii?
Mine?
Yeah?
can of Red Bull did the job. Took out some coffee.
Sugar free?
Let's see, user manual. Oh, the technical manual. Okay, thanks.
What I want to see is if now this one doesn't.
Yeah,
work.
yeah, hold on.
Okay, dual.
Yeah.
Oh, CP power. Okay. I don't know if, do you want to alternate it so we can show the
Oh,
chat too if you want, Vitalii, but so you may already have a solution, but I guess my guess would be to plug the 24-pin PSU into the primary too. I don't know if the board cares about that. And then run the Be Quiet one into the for the optional.
into the optional.
Yeah.
That might be true.
Yeah.
Because it
okay.
might be failing to detect or something.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we tried something. We got a different situation now, so we'll
Okay.
try this.
Ready?
Okay, yeah.
Do anything? Doesn't like it.
Oh, I forgot to plug in my jumper.
Okay, well, okay.
That would, yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
So new Olympic event.
Okay, it's working now.
Synchronized.
It's working now?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with the primary
Yeah.
versus secondary.
So what'd you do? You switch which cable went where or what?
Yeah, we plugged this one into the board. And
Okay.
So this one
Yeah.
is
So that's the 24-pin now. Okay.
primary with the 24 pin, and then the other power supply is plugged into the secondary, and then down here.
Cool.
Hey,
Okay,
man.
we'll see. Okay.
You can either read the manual or you can just track that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely when I'm like working alone on something, I tend to take the, it's not an efficient approach, but the, let's just start trying things until I get frustrated and check the manual.
Well, if you figure it out, you probably remember it better than if you check the manual
That's
maybe.
true.
So
Yeah.
learn something
Holy crap, why does it say 1500 watts?
just because it's on.
Oh, okay.
Did we had a comment in the show?
okay,
that there was a lot of cables on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Motherboard.
See, we needed all these cables.
Yeah, Vitali's reminded us, someone commented earlier about getting triggered by cable clutter while.
Oh, yeah, it bothers me too. Don't worry.
So someone says, so that's what's needed to run Starfield at 100 FPS. From Vic, member for 3 months. Thank you, Vic.
Thanks, Colin.
Kind of accurate. Let's see. Yeah, I think this captures it well. When was this? This was a little less than 10 minutes ago, so it was when we were starting to troubleshoot this. German MDS said, I'm loving this moment, the improvisation to go for more. I mean, I think that that's kind of the fun part, right, is figuring out how to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we keep going till we run out of ideas, or
Yeah.
out of Red Bull, I guess.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think the troubleshooting of the stream's actually been really good. Like I've done not many recently, but we've done a lot of LN2 and XOC streams over the years, and it's always the troubleshooting that kills it. Doesn't matter how well it's going. At some point, you just run out of ideas. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what these Taiwan workshops are that we go to get ready for this stuff. It's nonstop this.
Okay.
But imagine, Asus and then ASRock.
Yeah, so is
MSI,
there-
Gigabyte.
Is there someone at those who's serving the role of the teacher? I mean, is that AMD?
No.
Is that the board vendor? Or you?
No,
No, we're working
everybody
together.
has
We're-
to get there and
mhm.
hit the ground running.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
no opportunity for training. You have to know what your job is when you get there.
Okay.
Or, yeah,
That's
like
cool.
It's more finding the corner cases,
Mm.
by the time we get there, the boards basically work.
Okay.
But it's when you're pushing it.
So does everyone do different stuff? Or are you all? Are you all running the same workload, same CPUs?
all different.
All different.
Okay.
I mean, maybe
Well-
the workloads, but we're all doing kind of different jobs.
I see.
Right?
Yeah.
So I usually do the LN2 and work with one of the guys from the ODM and Grant. He was handling memory overclocking last
Expo.
time, looking at Expo and the memory settings.
Cool.
And what was Sami doing?
Somebody's doing some of the PBO.
Yeah.
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 That's cool. So someone asked about score updates. So the one we've been doing is our Blender workload, which we use for reviews, and that one. The reason this one's been really fun is because it's up longer, so it's a little harder to sustain the workload. Which that's why I really like TimeSpy and Port Royal, because they're just chaos to try and keep going. But anyway, the score it's measured in minutes. Lower is better, of course. So the 4.4 gigahertz result for the 7995WX was 1.3 minutes, and the 7980X was at 2.2 previously. Give you a sense of range. Let's pull a 14900K maybe. Do I have that in here?
14.7.
Yeah, there's a 14.9 right there. 7.3 minutes on the 14.9. 7900X is 8.6 minutes, so it gives you an idea. And then Bill did post a world record for R15 Cinebench. So or I guess you haven't technically posted it, but you got
hit
it.
it.
Yeah, you got it. So 25,840 points is what I wrote down for that. Your prior record was like 25,100 something.
Yeah,
189. And then that was at 5.5 gigahertz, 1.32 volt, minus 100 degrees. So for reference, I guess, our Cinebench R23, he had run at 178,000 points before we moved over to other testing. Pretty good.
Yeah, we're getting, so Safetest, at ASUS, he's asking me, I guess there's some limitation right now where he's getting stuck at 6.4 gig. So,
Okay.
so we know people are running that fast.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
So we'll get you a BIOS fix.
Yes, for all three people who are stuck at 6.4 gigahertz on there. Yeah. What do you think? We gonna get one more run out of it?
I think so. What do you think?
Okay.
We can power through?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Time-wise, I'm fine.
Okay.
So yeah. It's just if it's cooperating.
Yeah, it's on. It booted into Windows,
Yeah, I
but
see numlock coming on.
yeah,
It's
it did this a minute ago too.
It's just no display?
It's not that. Yeah, or you did all that the last time. So
Something
I
else?
used the keyboard shortcut to shut down Windows. So it should shut down.
Sure, it's not just the input here or something?
Yeah, yeah. I already went through this a minute ago.
Okay.
When you guys fly out. How early? I get sleep.
11 something.
Okay. All right. You're
It's
okay.
not the end of the world, but
Just trying to purge the chart, whatever's
The
left.
charge,
on
yeah.
the capacitors. Yeah.
I think it's on.
yeah, no postcode.
Monitor might be off.
There it
I can't
goes.
tell. Oh no, it looks like it's coming up.
There it
yeah.
goes.
ASUS?
That was the
Oh,
That's the
monitor.
monitor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. The motherboard changed
What?
vendors.
the hell just?
Yeah. We switched power supplies and now it's ASUS.
Abracadabra.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't the problem, but
So what, did you fix it?
yeah, I mean, I reset it, so hopefully it
Okay.
didn't lose the settings. That's what I'm afraid of. It's probably the case. It probably lost the settings again, but this happened a little while ago. It did the same thing where we didn't have video.
Okay, yeah.
And it's not unheard of for PCI to have a cold bug, but I haven't really seen too much of that on this platform, but can't rule that out.
If anyone wants, I think we're
It's
going
off
to try
now.
and do, if we get it, we're going to try and do one more run in Blender just to see if we can, I mean, the score is already pretty good, but it'd be nice to get one more. As we approach that conclusion point, though, for the OC, I'll try and get a couple more questions in if there's any questions about overclocking, like BIOS settings for AMD especially, PBO, curve optimizer, all that stuff. This is your time to ask these guys. You're not going to get a better answer than from them. So I'll keep an eye on chat in case there's any of them. But let's see. Yeah. Oh, someone's asking 5.5 gigahertz on all cores. Yes, it was. For R15, that's what you were running.
Yeah, and I'm sure people are going to post scores in the morning that are running faster than that for sure. Yeah.
How common do you think 6 is among the? I mean, just like specifically for the experienced XOC guys.
I think it all comes down to the cold bug. If they can get it cold enough, then I think that's on the table.
Is that a chip-to-chip thing, or?
Yeah, you know, it all goes back to like what we were talking about earlier with the data fabric between the CCDs and the IOD, and that there's 12 pairs of them on that one, which is, you know,
A lot.
considerably more than what we're dealing with on AM5, and it's already tricky to tune the VDD-G voltages for that as it is. So, yeah.
Let's see, we got a couple good ones. Some of these we've slightly covered in the past, but I'll bring them up. So, let's see. We had this is you just talking about this. How cold can you get the chip and still be stable? Posted by Austin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on part to part. The CCDs, the cores themselves, seem to be pretty happy at whatever temperature, but it comes down to the data fabric, because you got to, you know, remember that the data fabric is actually traversing the package. So there's wires in the package that connect the cores back to the I/O die, where it can talk to memory and everything else, right? So, you know, and there's a lot of things, but the resistance of silicon and of the metals change. Silicon, the resistance actually goes up, but the metals, the resistance comes down. That could be part of it with how high speed these buses are. So, and we do know that GMI itself, the data fabric, is temperature sensitive already in just normal conditions. So,
So that's a really good question from audience. Let's see.
but if you can, yeah, if you can tune those links and be cold bug free, then yeah, most of the time the cores can go down all the way to negative 196, the temperature of liquid nitrogen.
Let's see.
Is it gone?
D1, I don't know, but oh yeah, that's in BIOS, or that's on the desktop or something.
This, I don't think I can answer this question. What? So the question is,
It's my fault.
what is it, a power thing? Oh. Oh.
Don't want to ask.
What was the problem, Amit?
Well, there's two HDMI cables, and I unplugged one of them.
There was crosstalk. crazy amount of crosstalk. No idea. It must have been the microphones.
It might be.
Sometimes the solution's simple, hopefully.
Yeah, you should be good now.
So we had a, the question is, what does PBO scaler do? Does that
PBO
question mean anything to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it, I'm trying to think of a layman way to describe it, but basically it will make the part a little bit more aggressive on the voltage curve. So it'll relax the limitation of the voltage limiter a little bit. So
Let's see if there's another
HDMI
other good
1.
ones here.
Yeah, and it did this a minute ago without your help here, right? So
I would try rebooting it. Yeah.
yeah, it's sitting in Windows right now. Or actually, it was probably in the BIOS.
I don't know if this is one either of you guys would necessarily know, but what someone's asking, we were kind of talking about this at a really top level, but asking about what temperature delta might you expect between something like 3D cache and cores. So maybe a good opportunity to talk about like the flipping of it.
Okay. I mean, I can talk at a high level, right?
Yeah.
So what we have going on with the 3D stack that's different from before is we have 2 different pieces of silicon that are active now.
Mhm.
And, you know, we want them to end up being the same height, so we thin down the different layers so that when we add them up, it's the same original height.
Right.
But the problem is whenever you connect 2 pieces of silicon, you introduce a thermal barrier. And so what that does, it tends to trap the heat,
Mm.
you know, at the lowest levels. So, you know, it's tough to quantify. You know, originally we assumed that the cache was going to be much cooler, so we didn't put a lot of instrumentation in there. So, you know, we're you know, addressing that in the future designs. But you know, it could be, I don't know, probably tens of degrees C delta between the different layers in the package.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, obviously one part of the package vertically stacked, one's going to be closer to the IHS, one's going to
Right.
be closer to the substrate. And so
Yeah.
I guess closer to the IHS should be easier to pull down.
Yeah,
the
it should,
temperature.
yeah, it should be lower thermal resistance to get out. So
Right.
one of the things we're looking at.
That was a good question as well. Let's see. Looking for questions.
It's posting.
And with display.
Oh, it's working.
Oh, it's
Oh,
yeah,
it
not
hasn't
yet.
gone that
But
far yet. Okay.
yeah, it's doing its triple boot stuff.
This, Bill, maybe is a question you could give someone some guidance to for what to do next. Talk
There we
about
go.
Expo.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think this is probably a easy one to give some pointers for you. So Muhammad in chat says, "How do you fix Expo causing games to crash? Works fine with Expo disabled." I've got a couple immediate thoughts on that, but
And there's a lot of variables.
what if we try to like simplify it for what?
Okay, so yeah, if it's 4 modules, then that's going to be a problem off the bat. So that's going to require more voltage, possibly disabling memory context restore, and perhaps even relaxing the frequency a little bit, depending on your board. Board quality has a huge amount to do with how fast you're going to get on the memory. The layer count and the PCB loss are huge factors. So boards on the more on the lower end of the cost spectrum tend to have less layers and higher loss PCB material, and so that can be a contributing factor. So like some of the B650 boards, might have a lower lane count or layer count
Layer
compared
count,
to like X670.
Yeah.
Right. There is some part-to-part variance, but for the range for Expo that I've seen, most of the CPUs should be able to run it as long as you're on the latest Giza.
Yeah, so I'll give a couple maybe direct things to try, but one of them is updating BIOS to get onto whatever the latest Giza is, which will potentially help if the motherboard vendor, or actually, Giza or the vendor have added stability fixes. Another one is, I don't know if this happens anymore, but I have seen in the past where VDIM doesn't apply high enough, or doesn't apply at all with applying like an XMP or Expo.
Yeah, I mean, definitely double check all your voltages. So what you could do is you could load the Expo profile and then manually set the frequency that it sets.
Right.
Go and set that lower, let's say 52 or something, 5600.
Yeah.
Then go into Windows and check all of the voltages using Hardware Info or Ryzen Master, and make sure that they're set as expected and per the Expo profile and all that stuff.
Yeah. Do you want to think you can do one more run on this?
We're gonna try it.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. We have display.
That's good.
Turns out connecting the
Yeah.
Now
HDMI
that
helps. Yeah.
that was the problem one time, but the other time it didn't light it up.
Let's see.
Okay, we've made fun of this whole diaper thing, but
Yes.
we've been benching for 5 hours now
It's impressive.
without having to redo anything. Or,
Yes, credit-
Not to jinx it, but
Credit to Bill.
I mean, Bill's
actually really impressive.
Yes.
I've never had
A board lasts like
I've
this.
never had
Yeah,
a board like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, most of the guys I see, all this would be ice by now,
Mhm.
but this is like, it is like almost exactly ambient temperature, so. Now, you know,
Will we get one more run? We'll
Yeah.
see.
if the whole
hopefully-
board was covered in ice, Blender might not have ramped up the temp so quick maybe, but so.
Well, yes, that was one of my learning experiences with nice. Yeah, there you go, Vitalii. That's,
Wow.
that's good.
The rails.
Yeah, rails are great for these streams. No, that's good use of the rails. So yeah, the one of the things I learned through mistakes early on was I was testing on platforms like this with the LN2,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't have a fan to pull it up.
Yeah.
All the vapor goes under the board, you know, and yeah, it doesn't.
And with condensing underneath.
Yeah, it doesn't last very long. You get like the icicles. So I remember chat actually pointed me the right direction where chat was like, check the backside of the board. I looked under
And
there.
you're like,
There's an actual icicle to the bottom.
I've got pictures from the Los Angeles thing where we had to do it outside,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
the I/O panel, like the USB ports and everything, they're just there's ice around them and in them and everything.
Yeah.
yeah, those boards lasted maybe an hour or
Yeah,
2 hours
yeah,
outside.
that was-
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because we had to use a backup board. If I remember correctly, I think we had a
Wait, we had the
ODM
CRB and
board.
then ASRock, I think. Or something.
yeah, and ended up with the ASRock wet, and we did
Uh-huh.
we ended up benching on the reference board.
Mm-hmm.
So
Let's see. How's the boot looking for the last one?
it's
Oh,
booting.
it's
It just
Oh,
spinning.
spinning circle.
Spinning is good.
Okay, so we're gonna
No,
try.
it took so long. I'm skeptical that it didn't
Uh-oh.
re-enable that PCC feature.
Right.
So, but we will find out.
Okay. You think we might have to go back into BIOS? Find out.
Mohammed, who asked, the chat user who asked about Expo earlier, says
Mhm.
thanks for taking the question and possible fixes. So
Yeah.
you got a lot more detail on that than most people asking that question on a forum. So it was great, really good information. This is a good point too. The QVL. Sometimes I don't know how much this matters these days, but at least in the past, in my experience, every now and then you land on a kit that just doesn't like a board.
Yeah, I think it's more important now with DDR5. I
Mm.
mean, there's a lot of, you know, the QVL ensures that the BIOS has
been
whatever
tested.
it needs. Yeah.
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 Did we make it through the 4.8 run?
We were on
We were
4.7.
I think we were on 4.8.
Was it 4.8?
I think so. Let's go to 4.7
Okay.
then. And I'm gonna,
We got 2 supplies now, so don't worry.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So let me do a quick Cinebench.
Okay.
Thanks, chat.
Thanks.
We have 3 thermoses.
Yeah.
Do you think that's enough?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So you got 2 here.
Okay. The drawer's empty.
No, Dewar's got L2 in it.
Okay.
This is pretty empty though. I'll fill another one for you.
Cool.
He's validating anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. People liking the
Okay.
2 power supplies.
149, 4.7. Okay, so that's about
Looks
right.
good. Looks good.
Okay.
Okay, Steve.
All right, we're ready.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's
No more
probably
L2.
the last shot, probably.
All
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Chat's over here like, what's he opening when the camera looks away? It's actually just cat videos. For good luck.
Where's Snowflake at?
Yeah, that's right.
Where am I at?
Mine's 100.
Okay, I need to see it too.
Yeah, yeah, maybe it-
This is ready.
Maybe like this.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, that one.
It's a
if you need something to prop it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that
That's good.
That gaffer tape, man. It's
Yeah.
very handy.
Can you
That's
see
how
that?
you're supposed to use it.
Okay.
So we're trying to get you all a temperature display
Yeah.
while also allowing Bill to see it.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to hit
Is that
go?
good?
Go.
Is that good? Okay.
Okay, here we go. Last run.
Holy
Temperature is, oh my God.
Dude, is it
Is
going
it still
crazy?
running?
Yeah, it's still running.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm looking at it.
You can check the power, yeah. 600 watts.
Seems kind of low.
That's very low.
It is.
Oh, no, that's one supply.
Oh yeah. That's true.
Oh, good point. Yeah, our meter on the table is only one power supply now.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's going.
Still going?
It is going.
Okay.
40. It says time remaining. Is that accurate?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna need more container.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Nice. You're at minus 101. A little bit more on the test. Minus 104 on temp.
How many more seconds we think?
It says about 16 seconds.
Yeah, it
eh?
says 16. Yeah, good eyesight
Oh.
from over there.
10,
10.
5.
It does look like it's going to be higher.
Feels faster.
Yeah, a minute.
112,
13,
113,
yeah.
113, 113.
113.
Dude. I think with some persistence, dude, we could get it below. We could get it down to below 1 minute.
What's your
Pretty good.
Third power supply.
So that's a 1.2 result. That's cool. So that is
Dude.
a full minute below the 64 core. That's pretty good.
Since it's up and running, I mean, we might as
Yeah,
well
let's
do
keep on.
yeah.
Okay.
run it until it crashes.
What was your
Well,
frequency?
okay.
5?
No, it's
No.
a 4.7,
But-
I
Oh,
believe.
that's it.
We have one thermos left, so yeah. We're going to need one more if possible.
Let's do it this way.
Just pull it.
Yeah, just so I don't put a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's good.
What do you think, 4.9 or want to go 5, man?
4.9.
4.9?
It's definitely still scaling.
Yeah.
So. We're gonna keep running this as long as it's up. This doer's almost empty, but
It's gonna be about perfect timing,
Well,
probably.
Yeah, it's all
yeah,
Okay.
it's all coming
Perfect.
together.
Okay.
that's full. You want another one?
I don't think
No.
so. I doubt it. Maybe.
If we do another run, then we'll.
Just in case.
Okay, okay.
Is there
Just so
some
it's
in
not-
that one?
No.
No. Okay.
That would just be a dumb reason to have it
Yeah.
crash. So
Yeah. No, because it's going to be like we're talking about exponentially more power, as we
Right. I only raised up the voltage just a
I think you only did
smidge.
10 millivolts.
Yeah. So.
But still.
okay. All right. Tell me when you're ready. I guess you want it colder first.
Yeah, mine's 100.
Should I just hit go on
Yeah.
100?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. All right, here we go. Coming up.
Okay.
There you go.
This is 4.9 gig.
I'll tell you if it stops. Definitely going fast on the processing time.
It's funny. At first, it calculates a bigger time plus remaining. but
Yeah.
It kind of.
It's like, wow, this thing's fast.
Like, wait a minute, it can't be that bad. Yeah, it's faster.
Yeah. It's like 30 seconds or something remaining,
Yeah.
assuming it's accurate. So yeah, for everyone watching, it's basically doing a ton of sampling, denoising, and stuff like that.
Oh, so close.
So close.
Do you think
hey.
too cold or just?
Maybe.
I don't
Minus
know.
I don't know,
105?
because that, I don't
think
know.
so.
I don't think so,
Probably
but
not.
because
You remember that we saw those spikes that were going
Yeah.
like 1800,
Yeah.
1900?
You just got knocked offline.
Yeah. Hey.
Still, pretty good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you are a full minute below
I can live with that.
what it was. Yeah. That's pretty damn good. And also probably not a number that's going to be, in terms, because we normally run this for stock. So, in terms of stock CPUs, it might be another generation before we see that move.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that one was 4.8 gig.
was that 4.8?
Yeah.
Okay. And the previous one was,
The one
Oh,
that died
that-
was
that
4.9.
was the-
The one that
okay.
died was 4.9.
okay.
So when y'all do a render, who's gonna keep pouring for you guys once I'm gone?
That's right.
Yeah, that's a new, yeah, that'll be, we'll open
new
up
position.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll open up a hiring, that's a job ad. Experience in pouring liquid nitrogen or bartending. Both of them probably use the same skill set. Although bartending may be a little bit higher on the skill and creativity. That was good. I mean, the technical information was great, so really appreciate all how engaged you guys were on everything, because a ton of really good questions from chat, so thank you to chat as well for providing that. I definitely learned a lot, and will probably be watching this back next time I do some XOC. So
The mount was good?
Mount was
The
good.
mount was good?
We didn't have that problem.
yeah, you definitely, I think, proved yourself from the remount last time. So that was a solid mount.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'd say at this point the board beat us, man.
It survives for-
Wrangling that board,
Yeah.
with the BIOS issues, that was tough.
What was the
I had
actual runtime? We are at like 4 hours 40 minutes.
Okay,
It's a
yeah.
heck of a stream.
Yeah.
And we started before that, I mean.
Yeah.
So.
So that's really good. Excellent prep. Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
I'm set up. Can't do it better. Cool. Well, thank you everybody for watching and tuning in. Super fun stream. Like I said, learned a lot, and I saw someone asking, "Are you going to do a write-up of this?" And no.
No.
Sorry.
Short answer.
Yeah, it's too much. But anyway, so watch through it if you ever have overclocking questions. A lot of the core concepts here will apply to desktop parts. There's some settings that won't exist on those, but the basics are all there. And hopefully this has shown everyone that overclocking, whether XOC or not, can be a lot of fun. But also, it does actually provide design insight. So
Were any records posted?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, they're coming?
What's been posted?
Cinebench got beaten 26-127 by Forks.
Okay.
Okay, all right, there they come.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Good
Is that
job,
what you were
Forks.
looking
Yeah.
for, the embargo
Okay,
time?
so you were briefly a world record holder.
Yeah. Yes, I was briefly a world. Yes, not Bill. So you were at 25,840, and the new one was 26 something.
26-127.
26,127.
Those will,
Hey,
somebody will
nice
hit.
job, nice job. Yeah.
That was by Forks.
Forks.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome to see this. I love the XOC stuff. So hopefully, it's inspired you to play around with overclocking on your systems, and you can do a lot even with just water cooling. So thank you guys for joining for
All
this
right,
one.
yeah, thanks for having us.
And
Great to be back.
we will see you all in the next stream.
Thank you.
See you, everybody.
All right. I have to remember how to properly end this.
The red button's still there.
There's 2 buttons. We're going to let all this roll over.